Oh, what is up, my people? Welcome to a very long live stream that we're going to be doing here on a beautiful dual motor Tesla Model 3. So we're going to be doing the full thing in carbon. We're going to do 5 on the sides and the back and 35 on the windshield. And these are one of those back windows that is just going to take a fair amount of time. It's a big boy. It's the biggest back windshield out there. And we're going to take our sweet time to make sure everything looks as beautiful as we can possibly make it. Windshield, sides, and especially that back window. Yeah. That's if you are familiar with the Model 3, then you know that these are just they can be very time consuming, and there's some little tricks that you need to know to do it. I have definitely done a little bit more research on this before going into it, because my first one that I did, it was on a busy day. They scheduled it and they had other stuff too. It was not great. Today, we have set aside a lot of time just to do this car. Oh my gosh. You guys are probably going to... Let me hook up my headphones real quick here. We always forget something. That's what we forget today. Well, it should connect to my computer. Will you be using the tube to reverse roll? Yes. Yes, I will. There we go. I got me one. Because the water weight alone, this isn't even like, yes, it's to hold it, but when you hold that with the water weight, dude, it's bending on the ends. It is a heavy piece of film. It's a lot of stress to put on those ends, and when it's all rolled up, as soon as it folds, you're gonna have creases going through the whole thing. So yes, we got a PVC pipe to roll this thing up. You guys gonna kick back today? We're gonna have a long stream today. Okay, we're all here. Everybody's here right now. I'm wondering if my batteries are gonna last this long. Most everything is fully charged. The only thing that I'm not sure of is my mic. Hopefully it'll last however long this is gonna take us. So your channel on Twitch, you're everywhere, awesome. I think you just started the channel not long ago. On Twitch, it's been around for a little while now. So Twitch is a little funny. They delete your videos after like 60 days, I think, at the most, unless you save them. Like, unless you manually go in there and basically clip the whole video. Twitch is a funny platform that way. They don't store things long term. But yeah, I don't have much of a viewership on Twitch either. Tips to get legal tint. It looks beautiful. The best thing that I can tell you is to get some type of authorization, so like a doctor's note, or stay within the legal limits. That's really it. There's no other workarounds. If you go to, like, check your state laws, in some states, they'll have a medical disclaimer, and then you have to go in, you know, get a note from your doctor for the reasons, and you could also go as far as to like in Michigan, you could go get it as a restriction on your license if you wanted to, but it takes a lot of time and effort to do all that. What percent? We're doing 5 on the sides and the back window, and we're doing 35 on the full windshield. Alrighty, folks, bear with me. Looks like this is going to get up and running pretty quickly here. So this screen may go black for a minute. Wow, that was way quick. All right, good deal. So this is that other microphone. I just don't know how long this battery is going to last today. Normally it's fine for at least 4 hours. Hopefully it's got a little bit more juice in it if it needs it. I don't think we'll need it, but I might have to buy another one. One. No. Uno. Ah! Come on. There we go. Yeah, so this is it. So this is the Model 3. I'm sure you've probably seen one by now. Canon. So we're going to start with the fun part, the doors. No, we're going to do some prep work. Then we're going to do the doors. Then I think I'm going to do the full windshield, and then we'll do the back glass. So we're going to save the back glass for later this afternoon. There's just a lot. I think we're going to flip it around. I think we're going to flip it around for that. The video quality doesn't seem clear. Oh, no. I tell you. Hang on 1 second. Good old cold weather coming in. So we're gonna bump this to 2500. We might have some hiccups right now. Well, I'm legitimately dropping some frames right now, so the cold weather really screws with the internet. So if I'm standing here, it'll mostly be okay, but as things start moving, that's where you can have an issue if your bit rate's up too high and your internet's taking a fat dump on your stream. So you wanna stay within the green. You guys will see. But I changed it. We're getting better with this, I think. Alrighty, let's go. I think. Yeah, 1 second. Oh, this is just being all sorts of fun today. Good deal. Where's my... Oh, there we go. Okay, good deal. Alrighty, let's get started, shall we? Let's pause that. Yeah, we're going to keep it here, and then we're going to see how this works. So, internet is one of those things that is fickle with the weather around here. I don't know why, other than from what they tell me, which I don't want to believe them. So let's put on the headgear. We're going to go to the future today. Clear into 2021 with this Model 3. All right, boys, you ready? Are you ready? Check. Check, check. All right, good. Key. So this, to the mood with the stream. All right, so I don't exactly know how this goes. He said tap twice, and then that will, there we go. We're in. So these are all frameless doors. So not exactly the hardest doors to do, but you're going to want to make sure your cuts are nice and clean, because obviously that's what you see all the way around. So we got 4 of those. Every time I open one of these doors, they also drop in. So they drop down about like a full inch on these. So we're gonna latch all of them. We're gonna cover up all the door panels. We're gonna throw towels in here. We're gonna do some soak shields on it. And we're gonna treat this like a brand new baby. Oh, look at that. That looks so, look at the little car sitting there all excited, ready to get tinted. How much time do you have for this one? I have the full day. Like, no joke. We set the full day to do this. Just so I would have enough time to make sure everything looks as good as I could make it. And then, you know, we can hang out and talk about the little Tesla things. Like, why is this such a fun car to tint? No, just trying to make it as long and nice of a chill stream as I can for the project that we have. Because normally what would happen with something like this for me is this would get piled up with a couple of other cars, but it's nice to be able to just schedule this whole thing for the entire day. So this is the latch. That's where it goes into the door. So when you trip these, you know, on like Mustangs, Camaros, Challengers, all the usual suspects, Model 3s too. One thing to note, I've seen this posted in the groups, especially on the chrome trim. Be really careful. When you prop up those doors, these windows are now back up, and that glass is going to butt up against the trims. So we got to make sure that we don't close the doors. They're always going to stay open, or we're going to put a towel or something there to ensure nothing happens. So I'm sure that would be super, oh so cheap to replace. What's the price range on this for something that's complicated? This one, we charged $850. So that pretty much blocks off most of the day. We had to special order a bigger roll also for the back window, so that's what that big boy is over here. So normally, we just take a 36-inch roll and we do it sideways and then shrink up and down. On this guy, the back window goes from here all the way up to here, and it's wider even than 40 inches. So if you look up here, it's all the way up here to all the way down there. So we're going to shrink it sideways. I'm looking at this windshield, though. This is a reasonably big windshield to do. So this windshield's going to be about as tough. You pull the trim out. We're not going to take apart any of it. I appreciate the suggestion. Only Korea tinter can do it, horse. I saw that. Did you see his comment about it too? He was like, never again. I don't blame him at all. Yeah, it was an impressive video for sure. So I don't know. I'm one of those tinters that unless I absolutely have to, I won't take it apart. And I've done the doors without taking them apart. Maybe I will in the future, but just for today, we're going to leave them in, and we're going to see what happens, okay? I promise it's super easy. Just try it on one door. It's not that I don't believe you. It's that I'm not going to. So these seals really aren't pinching in. This is about what I deal with on a Mustang or a Camaro. They shouldn't be bad. Why is the quality blurry? I had to lower the bitrate a little bit. If it's a problem, I'll try and up it and we'll see how it goes. I ordered some stuff from your page. Excited to see them. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. We just got out a bunch of orders from this morning. It is kind of blurry. All right, here, we're gonna slowly up this. We're going to do output. We're gonna bump this up to 3200. Then we're gonna see what happens. The problem is just as the bitrate increases, as long as my upload speed is fine, we don't have an issue. But as soon as early on, if my stream is like, whoa, your upload speed is off today, then it's not so good. It's not that bad, but we want to go for better. We want to go for better here. You're going to put glass aid on the back window? Yes, absolutely. So this has kind of a funky cutout in the middle too. So we're going to be cutting right to this bottom here, and we're just going to try and make that as even as we can. I wouldn't want to cover this up without knowing if it's okay or not. So there's too many self-driving systems to really put anything, last thing you want to do is like, oh, it was calibrated to this percentage of a windshield, and then that was covered, and it just screwed with it that much. So we are not going to be doing that. It's a little jagged. The little fret line's a little jagged there. A 60-inch roll and 5%, you'll have it a long time. Unless we get a bunch of Teslas that all want limo, and then we'll be through it right quick. But not exactly super common yet. Whoa, buddy. Why tape it? So when we cut on it, we don't damage it. Last thing I want to do is put a scratch into good old soft Tesla glass. You can buy partials. Oh, we did. I don't know if that was directed at me. But yeah, that's a 25. Especially since, like, I'd likely, if I get more, I'll likely have to order not only one in 5, but one in 20, and probably 35. I seem to keep losing the end. Where are you? There you are. Hi, I'm late. We're gonna mark you as tardy. You have hours to make up. What's the name? Glass Aid. Oh, shoot. Thought we were just going to snap it off. We almost did. I want to make sure this is as straight as we can get it. I'm still not sure if I'm going to quite leave it there for that one. Because we'll just do a light score there and make sure it's straight. So we might end up pulling it for just that part, but I'm not sure yet. Matt talked me into or out of buying a keg. Why wouldn't you get one? Don't be dumb. There. Did that work? They're super helpful. The idea is pressure on demand, and it saves you some time. Like those little pump bottles, I've used them. You just always, it's like, this is just like, well, why wouldn't you just, if you don't want to spray as much, just don't spray as much. Buying now, Ella. There you go. They're well worth a while. So it's something that's gonna last you. So look at it this way. If you're gonna be a mechanic, how many thousands of dollars in tools are you spending? This is one of those tools too that you're gonna use on every car, and it's gonna last you years and years. So you'll have it paid off in the first car. Don't be cheap either. Is that a laundry sheet? What? No, that's not a laundry sheet. That's crazy. Yeah, it totally is. Here at the tint community, we use common household products sometimes because there was nothing around when we started window tinting. So Johnson's baby shampoo, dryer sheets, baby powder, you'll see some of that type of stuff. It's pretty common. It's cheap, it's convenient, and it gets the job done. So you'll just see little things like that from time to time. It's kind of funny. I didn't really realize how, oh yeah, that's right. There really wasn't anything for tinters when tinters started tinting. They just kind of figured it out. How much does a tint cost? It depends on the tint. A lot of the tint cost is also going to be, like, if you're paying to have your car tinted, it's going to go into the labor, along with the good material to back it up and service down the road. So if you were to have an issue down the road, they'll take care of it. That's kind of the idea behind it. It's not just sheer material cost, but that goes with a lot of things. I could go buy a heater and have it installed, but I'm assuming that HVAC guy knows what the hell he's doing and probably knock it out way faster than I could. Same thing with tint. So I don't know if I might need to get a bigger piece here. Yeah, it's a little close. It's a little close. Look at that. We stick into Tesla panels. Thank you, Tesla. What's the difference between the two ceramics from Geo? So the main difference that I've come across is the longevity. I haven't looked, so just for that, I haven't really looked into the performance of the V Nano. But the Pro Nano is a lifetime warranty ceramic, whereas the V Nano is like a 5-year. Look at that. Look at that. For the V nanometer's good? Yeah, I would hope so. It's still a ceramic. It's still like a good film. It's just a little bit more on the budget side. So where, like, you know, just not quite as long lasting. But still, they only offer good stuff, so. What's the name of the vinyl? This is actually called Carpet Shield. Let's see, I'll drop a link. Carpet Shield. Oh, did it not drop a link? Are we having those problems? Carpet Shield. Felt card. Yeah, we're having, hang on. We're having small technical glitches. Oh wait, no, I know how to fix this. Carpet Shield. Yeah, there we go. Has a Carpet Shield damaged the panel? No. No, if it did, I would not be using it, but it has not damaged anything. It's not... So... We tried... kind of have to go with something with a little bit more aggressive. And even with this stuff, like, being made to stick on carpety fibers... it still, believe it or not, doesn't stick to a ton of door panels. It's actually really hard to find something that'll peel clean. And it'll stick to like all door panels. Whoa, we like way short on this one. All right, we're gonna cover this side and then we'll seam it in the middle. Yeah. Are you doing the rear window in one piece? Yes. That was like a really common question when I posted that I was doing this. I'm actually a little surprised. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm having my Model 3 being tinted and watching you tint one. That's awesome. What a coincidence. Alright, so we're just trying to cover this as best as we can. Last thing we want is to get it down, all the nice interior. We're going to be spraying a fair amount of water, so... Kendall! Kendall with the 2! Show us your tints. We do every stream. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the 2. Why do you always start with the side windows? Out of habit. Out of habit. Builds a little suspense too, maybe. I don't know. Usually people have more questions about shrinking and stuff on the back. So once we clear through the doors, sometimes there's more people interested in the back window on a particular car or in a windshield or something. And it's what I end up doing out in the field too anyways. Years of... I do the doors, somebody else does the back glass or something like that when you have 2 people tinting a car. Get a little system down, that's part of it. What's the word on that t-shirt? I don't know. It's mine. I don't have them available. It's something that I could maybe probably make happen though. It was just because it's my shop. So I have it. And then my graphic designer, and Tint Wiz, they both try and dress me because I get too busy, and then I just get all haggardy. That's what I told him. I was like, thank you. I was getting a bit haggard there. You guys know I need a haircut too. We were trying to get one earlier this week, and it's just go, go, go. Oh, so this is the 35. We don't need that quite yet for the windshield. That's what that is. Also, t-shirts, I had them for a while available through the channel, and they just kind of sat there. So that's the other thing. I'd buy a few. I'll keep it in mind. I will see if I can make them available then, in some way, shape, or form. Because I could use like a, usually it's like it's just easier to use a print-on-demand service at that point then. Oh baby, this is dark. I have this Lexus, like that late 90s Lexus. And I didn't realize, like I had 35 carbon on order, but I didn't realize that it was like desperately low. Dude, it was just enough to fit that whole car with no mistakes. When you put that kind of pressure, it's like, all right, you got enough film, but now no mistakes. Then you're like, oh shit, maybe I will have a mistake. Now I'm nervous. So normally we double cut everything, but when you're taking this much time, time is not my biggest concern, so we're going to individually cut these. We're going to make them look pretty. So these frameless are not too crazy. I think the S is a little bit, like, because they, okay, so they have this pretty loose rubber cover right here, little gasket. And I guess this pinches a little bit right there. It's not too bad. So you cut this a little slimmer, and then we can try and trail that out a little bit more right there. And then down here, you can see how offset the top seal is compared to the inside, so we need to drop it a fair amount. What's the name of the company that did the design of your keg? That's Iron Duck Designs. The artist is Carrie. She's super active on all the Facebook groups. She does great work. She comes from a window tinting. Like, she was part of a vinyl and tint shop for a long time, so she understands us. Did Elon give you permission to modify the car? Yes. I called him. I was like, yo, I'm gonna tint this Model 3. And he was like, why are you calling me? Who is this? I'm always game for some limo. Limo is still one of those shades that I shy away from. I do whatever people want, but on my own. Like, I'll do limo on the back of an SUV, on, like, mine. But on, like, the front doors, I didn't keep it on for very long on my own. Like, a whole 15 minutes. I had it on like one of my first cars. So you get that bug, right? Where you're just like, you tint your car and you're like, man, I wish I went a little darker. And then, man, I wish I went a little darker. And before you know it, you're throwing limo on it and then you look out of it and you're like, all right, that's too dark. And then some people look at that and go, that's not dark enough, and then they do double. So I think we can just cut this one straight away and not shift it. Can do a review of Lexan Precut. Not anytime soon. I'd be interested to know what software they used. So these are laminated, which is expected. Nice clean edges. I like that. Some of them have been getting really rough lately. That has something to do with it. So it's like laminated glass, it's like a sandwich, right? There's the one piece, and then they smush it with something in the middle. And some of them have been getting messy and you don't even realize it until you're in your cut. And the problem is like, on like an F-150, I've run into this where you're cutting across and then all of a sudden you trail into all that smushed. We don't like that smushed. Ouch! Yay, my favorite streamer, which makes me go, yay! And then JK, aww. Feels bad. I paid $7.50 for the online tint school and I'm learning from you for free. Yeah, but okay, so yes, you can learn basically anything on YouTube, but if you need it in like an organized course, that can be really beneficial. So I've heard really good things about it, and having direct support is really helpful too. You don't exactly get direct support from me, so, you know. Didn't want to sound like a groupie. Oh, that was nice. What was that? Appreciate all your effort in your videos to help other tinters. Never stop. Never stop learning something new with over 30 years in the business. I appreciate that a lot. There's a lot of really arrogant 30-year tinters that see what I'm doing and they're like, fuck that kid. So I really appreciate hearing that. Thank you. I've come across a lot of people lately that have never had tint before. That's really interesting. There's like, you don't understand. It's like, yeah, you're all in a little bit of competition. Sure, but there's so many cars being made and so much work going around that, yeah, there's some times where that can get a little competitive and prices can get beat up. But it pushes everybody to be a little bit better. And it also helps with other things. Like a good byproduct of it was carbons and ceramics. Like that wasn't a thing when a lot of people started tinting. That was more within like the last 10 years or so. Maybe a little longer than that. Maybe like 15? God, am I old now? Shit. You put tint on the outside, that's what I get, and they have no clue. Yeah, most people, like, they don't know the process, and that's fine. I don't expect them to. I don't know how to, like, if I have somebody come do work, I don't know how the hell he's going to do it, but then you see how he's doing it, and he's just like, oh, shit, he makes it look easy. Good, I'm glad I hired a professional, because I wouldn't have done it that way. Because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. We might just go one at a time. We might just fit every one of these windows all snugly, just one at a time. Just snugly. That's a thing, right? Started with SunGuard in the late 80s. Dang! I was born in the late 80s. When you shrink, do you pull on the tint? So for snapping, no, not really. You're really just lifting it and the tension that you put on it. So when you slightly pull it, it really just pulls it straight and lifts it off that section. Look at all these nice, even little, that's what you want to see. That's pretty. Making me feel like a dinosaur, I'm sorry. I'm getting, man, it's happening to me too. It's just, time moves fast. All right, where's my, dose? Sorry guys, 1 second. I want you to see my horrific Explorer. It's really bad right now. I gotta get a stool. GoPro. Oh no, my clay. I forgot about my clay. Super chat, but we didn't forget about that. Thank you. Trey Cannon. Trey, thank you so much for the 5. I really appreciate that, buddy. Oh, this is ice. This is not good. Okay. Chill. Okay, you guys can still hear me now. Sorry, I have to just get this clay all set first. I switched all the cameras to like 1, 2, 3, but in Spanish. It's my wife's suggestion. Because they were just switching. Every once in a while I say a number. GoPro. Is it just me or is the stream choppy? Oh, I hope not. But, oh, fuck. So one of those things, man, I'm telling you. Sorry. So we're having some internet problems because the weather around here is screwy. I'm really sorry that majorly hurts. Majorly hurts because we had this plan since early this week. So it might dip. It might be a little funny. That pretty much is a no-go as far as watching it. I understand, but trying to make this as good as I can, but we're definitely having upload issues right now. So I got this little green box, and as soon as that goes orange or red, we start dropping frames. So thank you for at least pointing it out. I can adjust the bitrate a little bit, but I can't do much more than that. I should have probably done 30 at that point. Yay, Michigan. I'm still like 21 though. I drink that Red Bull. I drink so much coffee. Seems fine. Well, there'll be times where there'll just be like a stutter or a dip. And I see it on my end. So standing here is okay. When I'm walking around and stuff, that's where it'll really be affected. So. Should do a meet with a bunch of tinters. That's what we're doing right now. That's what it is right now. Go for it. All right, yo, dog. I need you to, like... There we go. All right, our first Tesla door. Let's do it. Let's do it. No, let's get another couple towels first. Then we'll do it. Is there a risk to tinting a Tesla, like burning a computer? Sure, definitely. This could be on any car, though. So on a Tesla, you probably have more electronics, and then the batteries sit lower. So I would be concerned with water dripping down there and feeding down to something. They're all sealed and stuff, but you also have other wires running to a bunch of places, sensors, and all sorts of craziness on these cars. So yeah, I'd be a little extra concerned on these. We're gonna cover them up a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I tried showing the Comcast dude when he came out here the stuttering, and he's like, I can't see a difference. And I'm like, I hate you. You can't see it? It's right there. He's like, I don't see it. You need to upgrade your eyes, bro. So I know some of the stuff certain people will be a little more sensitive to, but it genuinely can get like a little blurry, a little bit distorted, a little fucky. How much do you charge for a Model 3? This one with the full windshield in carbon, we did $850. Did we spray that enough? What? We'll be leaving Easter eggs in the car? Oh my god! I'm like, little secrets. Why would I do that? Oh my god, tomorrow's Easter. Happy Easter, all. Tomorrow. Get lots of candy. I knew that, but I forgot. Because I'm very distracted with the Model 3. Are you cutting each one individually? Yes. Yes, we is. We is doing it that way. So as long as my film is slidey enough, sorry, as long as our tint is slidey enough, we okay. See, it's bottom loading, but I never really knew of it that way. Oh, that went really nice, huh? I never knew of it that way. I always just, like, there was two ways to tint a door. It was just the two-stagey way, and then for frameless, I just peeled the whole thing. There was never an official name for it. I didn't know there was like a clan of people that's what all they did, and that they'll fight everybody that doesn't do it that way. But that is, yeah. I just always did frameless doors this way. And then the guy that originally taught me, I showed him that. I didn't show him that. I like was doing that, and he was around, and he was like, "Why did you do it that way?" And I was like, "That's how you showed me to." And he's like, "No, I didn't." I was like, "Fucking what? You what? Really? Maybe I'm crazy." But I don't pull the seals out of it. So every once in a while, that can be like a big hang-up. Because sometimes the tint will like to freeze over the edges as you're trying to like slide it around. But if you can pry it back, you're okay. GoPro. Dose. GoPro. All right. Apparently that keyword does not work. What do you think it picked up from me saying? Guys, I thought we had it. We need a special keyword for the cameras. And we changed it. We changed it from like 1, 2, 3, 4 to uno, dos, tres. And apparently that's no good. So we might need a new keyword. Well, I'd say that went pretty well, huh? Not bad. No seals pulled on it. Alpha Bravo Charlie. Fruits, names. So the problem is I need to remember it very quickly, and that's not going to happen for a little while. Bumblebee tuna. If we did, I don't hate the idea of giving them like silly names and stuff like that. Like if I was, maybe we could do like usernames from people on the channel. I don't know. But it's got to be short. We'll name one of them in honor of like Daniel Reyna. We'll just, that one over there, we'll always say Daniel. That would be really funny. I love you guys, but you're terrible at the names. But in all fairness, so am I. I mean, the original name of the channel was Tint Stuff. So, there you go. Tinters in general are horrible at names. Where are we? We're doing okay? All right, we're doing okay. I'm going to try and up the bit rate again, but I'm going to bring it back to where it was. It just really freaks me out when it takes a dive into the red, because then it drops like half the frames. How much does a roll usually cost? It greatly depends on the type of film. I actually, if you want to find out, you can go to the website, My Tint Stuff. Oh, shit. We're still... Oh, man, it is just taking a beating today. Guys, I'm so sorry. No problem on my end. There will be. Don't worry. It just... I'd show you guys. Maybe I will. No, I won't. It's definitely taking some dives right now, so I'm not going to screw with it. We're just going to keep it here for now, and then it's just going to go like occasionally. The audio should still be okay, though. We're not going to stop streaming, though. We're just going to keep going until it eventually just explodes. So there we go. We officially have one door window done. We've been streaming for 55 minutes. We've been streaming for 55 minutes? What is wrong with me? How comfortable? You look like SEAL Team 6. Thank you. How comfortable is that headgear that you're wearing? All right, so we have reasons why it's this. And you guys know. It's not bad, or I've just gotten used to it. I don't know. So this here, this is a wireless HDMI transmitter. These are about as small as they get with decent quality. Then you have to put a battery on it. These are the smallest ones that'll last through a stream. So you have to use actual camera batteries for it. These are Sony MP batteries. Because wireless HDMI just doesn't work very well. So this plugs into, the GoPro plugs into that, so it gives you guys a cleaner feed. And then the problem then is the battery on the GoPro only lasts an hour. And that really sucked. Because what was weird was when I was actually live streaming off of the GoPro alone, the quality wasn't as good, but the battery lasted an hour and a half and was easier to swap the battery. So now that we plugged it into an HDMI transmitter, the battery only somehow lasts an hour. I don't get it. Drives me crazy, but that's being on the bleeding edge, man. But I like the SEAL Team 6 comment, except way more. We're way more lame than SEAL Team 6. This is SEAL Team 6 sticker application. Alrighty. So let's pull this over. We're just gonna follow through the exact stuff that we did for the other side. I'm not falling for that. You guys need to come out with some better jokes. It's like the VUFA. I'm on to you kids. On to you. Why wouldn't you just double cut? That's a good question. In most of my streams, that's exactly what I do. I double cut everything. You know how I was giving Tesla a good name for like the piece of glass? I just cut through the jelly in the glass sandwich right here. I'll show you guys what just happened. I just didn't want to move anything while I was doing it. So we'll talk about double cutting, and we'll talk about, so see this little guy right here? This is that smushy. So this laminate just gets stuffed up a little bit too much sometimes, and they don't always catch it. You should probably, in that case, then take a blade to it before you even go to cut it, just to be extra safe. It's usually not a problem on like how many times I run into it, but every once in a while it's just like, man, come on. Come on. Oh, but as for double cutting, this is just a little bit more of a special job. And frameless doors in particular, I like to, you know, on frameless doors, most of the time I'm running into like a Mustang or a Camaro, a two-door one. So I only have 2 doors to do. On this one, we've got 4, so it's a little bit more of a special job. And there's little differences sometimes from one piece of glass to the next. So when you double cut, sometimes you have little variations there. And being that they're all frameless, I want to make sure that they're that much closer. So you definitely could single or double cut them. I just want to be a little bit more. I always clean all the angles in my installation, but I always end up with a little dirt. Yeah, there's usually going to be something that you're not going to like about any window that you install, like a tiny speck or a little this or a little that. It's tough to get 100% perfect. Most people, like anybody will tell you that there's no such thing as a perfect window. But if you're getting a little bit more, it usually comes down to technique rather than the cleaning. So if you're like fighting with the window a lot, you don't want to do that. All right, I just want to get an idea of what this is going to be. Do these owners know you're live streaming? Yeah, he knows. He knows for sure on this one. I told him. I was like, I'm definitely going to stream that one. Most clients find the channel after the fact. So they'll like come in, they'll see like the setup, and then I'll mention that I'm live streaming. But a little bit more now, it's kind of cool to see. I'm running into people that are interested in getting window tint, but they don't know much about it. So when they start looking it up, they'll come across my channel, and then we'll go from there. So that's been cool, but that I wouldn't say that's majority. Majority right now are people like, hey, yo, dude, I've called 10 other places. Can I get in there? It's not that bad, but I haven't had this shop for very long. So I've been tinting for a long time, but I'm still trying to build up that local presence. Believe it or not, having a channel name Tint Stuff doesn't exactly tell people where you are. Because you're famous. No, dude, I'm just a dude on YouTube that makes tint videos. Do you want... Here, you talk to my clients. I'll tell you what, more subscribers does not give you more dollars per job. Especially when somebody's looking to get it done now. You're still just another tint shop. I'll try that though. I've always no, I won't. I'm just kidding. I've always wanted to do that though. You get somebody that's just like, how much is a tint job? And you tell them and they'll be like, oh, well, I know this other guy that's doing it for that. Is there any way you can match it? And I'll be like, bitch, do you know how many subscribers I have? Yeah, that's not gonna work out. Be like, I don't know who the fuck you are. Tint channels are like a niche in an automotive niche. So it's cool. It is cool. And I like it. But in the grand scheme of everything, we're so little in the YouTube universe. We're just little. Do you need to shrink all windows or just the back one? Well, I'm not exactly doing this because I feel like it. Yes, I would. Even quarters? Quarters, yeah, usually I'll still do them a little bit. But it depends on the quarter window. I think I want to round that just... Oh, okay, yeah, I'm seeing that now. We can round that a little bit more. Oh, we can round that quite a bit more. Why just the bottom? Because you can kind of, like, doors aren't, like, overly rounded. So you can just kind of force everything to the bottom. I'm, like, way off on this corner here. I can go so much more. Probably just a little bit more. I just want to look at this. We're just, like I said, we're going to take our sweet-ass time with this one. Yeah. Corvette, yeah, you could do top and bottom on that. That makes sense. That's an edge case for sure. It's just like one of the very few that you might want to do that. I'll still kind of force everything out the bottom. I probably should do the top and bottom on those though. I just didn't know better when I first started those. I think I'm going to trim this just a little bit more off the side. What should the temperature be? Just as hot as you want. Like just however hot the heat gun goes, because your temperature is controlled through distance. Okay, cool. I think is pre-cut tint worth it? Yeah, it definitely can be. I think I want to scooch this just a little more. Just a more. All right, we're going to change our blade. Yeah, we're definitely going to change our blade. All right. What? Temperature on heat guns? Yeah, like I said, it doesn't matter. You just want it as hot as you can get it. Yeah, see, I didn't realize we came a little bit further out of that one. Oh, artistic. What's up, guys? Yeah. Yeah, so they got, what's cool is artistic, they post in the Facebook group quite a bit. What's cool is they have this big old, this big old business card wall. And it's full of lots of local business cards and stuff like that. Anybody can drop it off if they're looking for stuff. So they have a really cool referral network built up. Stuff like that is very valuable when you're trying to build a local business. But my hand is so shaky right now. There we go. Let's do that. Now we'll take it over there. I just kept getting that edge on that corner just a little bit off. We did really well on that side. On this side, I want to make sure it's extra special. So we rolled it enough, or slid it enough over one way so we can back it off a little bit. So I just want to make sure everything is going to be beautiful. Ta-da! That should work. That should work. Stop messing with it, Matt. Just leave it. You're good. I was also thinking about filing it too, yeah. It's just nothing I've done yet. Well, it's not that I haven't done it at all. It's just something that's I hardly ever do. So, kind of doing it on stream for this one, I was like, I'll just get a really tight. There we go. Thanks for the business shout out. Oh, you're welcome. No problem. See, there aren't a whole ton of businesses that are posting stuff. So the ones that do actually get more notice than the ones that don't. How about that? Some of you guys, like, if you really want to make a different name for yourself in a sea of competition around you, start making content around what you do. It helps a lot. Because, like, you know, like, umpteen number of people will tell you, or number of tinters will, people don't really know, you know, they'll see tint being cut on the outside and they'll be like, oh, I thought it goes on the inside. And, you know, it's just people aren't very exposed to it. How do you tell the difference from window film, like ceramic? So, unfortunately, this is one of the shortcomings of it. Across the board, there's not much of a difference between visual, touch. Like, I couldn't just look at that window or this one and go, that's carbon film. So that can turn it into, like, you know, like, why would I get it, right? It's all about the heat performance from it. So I wish there was more. Wish there was, like, one other really notable thing. But you can have a really good color stable dyed film. You can have a really good lifetime carbon film, and you can have really cheap films. So that kind of stuff is, like, more down the road. And you can tell up front if it's carbon or ceramic from driving around with it. Like, you'll feel the difference for sure. But to some people, that's a really, really big differentiator. I like it. When you drive with it, you kind of don't want to drive without it. You get really sensitive to, like, feeling sunlight hit your skin when you're in the car. You're just like, God, stop it. It's annoying. Alrighty, so we're dropping this in. See, this is my... Is it nice in winter? It is still noticeable when you know what you're feeling, but sometimes you're so distracted by the extreme cold that it's just, some of that heat is it's a little bit nice, but so it's not as big of a difference in the wintertime. You'll notice it all year round, but yeah, sometimes cold weather just sucks. Actually, a lot of time. Mostly cold weather just sucks. Ooh, we're liking this. I think I can go just a smidge more. Whew. Ooh, baby. That's nice. How long did that take us? Long time? Was it worth it? Absolutely. I like it. See, this is what makes me extra happy, though, is like everything's so chill today. Like, I have a car that's just, yeah, you can get these done quicker. And when you get quite a few of them under your belt, we'll definitely do them faster or have the ability to. But setting this up and just like taking time to stream and hang out with you guys and do this car with no worry about time limits or anything, I like this a lot. This wouldn't happen in a shop. This is one of 5 other projects that I have to get done in one day. Yay. This is looking good. I like this. We'll be 2 for 2. $10. $10. Oh boy. Let's hope it doesn't. It's good now. It's okay. Good. That's good. Thank you. Thank you for the 10. Who is that? Muhammad. Very interesting. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good to see you, man. How you doing? Yeah, me too. I like your chill out streams. It calms me down. Your PC needs to be restarted. No, we're not doing that right now. No, thank you. Dude, I used to fly off the hand. Oh, man, there's those days where you just have bad tint days. Especially in the beginning. It's when you mess up a window like once, it's one thing, and then again. Oh, man, that makes you go crazy. Looks pixelated today. All right, we're going to try and up it. It seems like it's doing a little better right now. Muhammad with a 5. Very good. How about you? We're doing good. We set aside a lot of time to do this Model 3. All right, we're going to bump this up to 3,500 and cross our fingers. Yeah, I'm sorry about the pixelation. So it's either a pixelated or stuttery AF unless the internet kind of fixes itself. So On days where the weather changes a lot, so it started to get warm and then it got cold again, that's what kills... No, it's not having it. That's what kills my stream. So I'm really, really sorry. I wish I could make this better. And it makes me sad inside. It makes me real sad, man. This is not one of those where I wanted to let that happen, but at least we've been through this enough to kind of know how we can alleviate some of the pain. But thank you again for the 5. I appreciate that. Yeah, see, if I'm standing still, it's not a big deal, but if I'm moving, everything is changing. And that becomes a problem. Oh, this looks good. No, we got a lot to do, so this is gonna be a very long stream. We have both back doors, quarters, full windshield, and back windshield to do. So hopefully that'll be okay. How does the text-to-speech sound? I'm trying to think if there's an easy way to show you guys really quick. I think I can. If I remember, I'll show you guys. It's very monotone, but it's not as bad as like Microsoft Sam would be. But I'm restricted to only Windows voices, and they don't have very many to pick from. Are you gonna reverse roll the back? Yeah, there's like no other way to do that. So we're gonna be reverse rolling the back, and we're gonna be doing it sideways, and we're gonna be doing it in a tube. Thank you for the super chat. This is like a strip club, except we throw money at Matt to tint. Thank you. I feel dirty now. Can we do quarters first? Looking to do a stream like this for my carpentry world? That would be pretty sweet. Dude, carpentry and leatherwork? Oh my god. Jealous of some of the ASMR leatherworking video views. Holy shit. Oh god, you guys are just blown up. Thank you for the super chat. $5? Sorry, I'm missing some of them right now. I will catch them when we run back. This is just... Super chat, 99 cents. Thank you. $0.99. If you're trying to blow up the balloon from 99-cent super chats, that's not how it works. We have our standards. But thank you. I think we're trying to blow up the balloon if I had to guess. All right, so how do we do this round? Yay! Oh my god. That's what it is. 10 out of 10. Alligator throwing the 99-cent ones. He said. That was a good one, buddy. How you doing? Since it's like a strip club, I'm throwing singles. Fucking got it. Got it. Oh, you guys. You guys make me laugh. I appreciate that. I'm getting confused. Where are we on this window? So this is that corner. So we need to connect this just a little bit. Very. So with the 30s, I like them because you can be really, you can just nick off teeny little bits. And the 60s, you should be able to do the same thing, but it's just much easier. It's just much easier to just knock it off with the 30-degree blade. So if I'm really trying to just round something really evenly, sometimes the 60s almost like grab it in a way, and you have to like overcut into it just to get it started. All right, that should be good. Let's match it up and see how we did. Steven! That was the other one. Steven with the 5. Thank you, buddy. C says sup. Sup, man. I'm liking the consistent streams. Thank you. We're trying. Funny thing is next week we're going out of town, so I'm sorry. Okay, we get around that actually a little bit more. That's where that is. And then this guy, we can chop off that little bit. All right. So there's going to be a little bit of walking back and forth. I need to do something about a glass board on that side, but this is a little out of the usual. I don't know how I want to design that side though. So I don't really just want to like prop up a piece of glass. I want to do something fun. But I don't know what that fun is. Yeah, just this little nubbin here. There. Hopefully that's enough. Is that enough? Not quite. We still need to cut it a little. That's extra rounded. Da 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 da. Get the Mike Norm glass boards. I've seen them. They look pretty cool. It's one of the cleaner ones for sure. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do something that's mobile and rolling, or something that's more stationary and part of like a scene, if that makes sense. Hang it from the ceiling like a stripper pole. Oh, Jesus. Come on, guys. I got some dignity, don't I? No? All right. That is tight. All right, let's shrink this and let's put it in there. Glassboard was $600, $700, and the glass was a couple $100. Oh, okay. Yep. Those big sheets of glass are, yeah, they definitely cost some money. And then the setup. And then I start to wonder, is there a better way? You know, I was interested in those like art tables too, because they have like for arts and crafts, they have like self-healing cutting tables. Like that's a thing, and they use the X-Acto blades and stuff in them, and they say self-healing. So that's something I haven't tried yet, and I would really like to see if you could get like maybe a printed one of those with like rounded corners and stuff like that. So you could basically have templates for like certain corners, and then with it being self-healing, you don't have any of those rigid scores. Because those glass tables definitely get beat up over time. Does shrinking the film make it smaller? Like, I get what you mean. I think it's a little funny. It does, ever so slightly. Not really enough to like know a difference, but it's like you shrink it to get it to form, so it might pull these edges like a little bit in from where you cut, but it'd be super slight. But usually it's for the bulk of it to like get this to all lock down to the same size of the glass. Should I cut bigger or the same size? It depends. So on these ones, we gotta give them a little gap, and when you cut, you're gonna have the film naturally be just slightly wider than these rounded edges. So what I'll do is I'll take the flattest edge, I'll cut it, and I'll shift it over just a little bit. That way you just have a very, very slight gap all the way around it. You just try and cut that as tight as you can. Do you have an Ultima video? No, I don't think I got an Ultima specific video, but they're not that difficult. They're very similar to a lot of other cars. And no, I don't do anything else other than window tinting. So I'm not doing taillights or anything else right now. I like it that way. There's something to be said for people that specialize in something. So as a company, I would probably down the road try and bring in help for like, if we want to take on some other things, but it's nothing that I'm going to want to do in particular. Dawn dish soap. Advertising. Maybe they'd be down. Especially Johnson's. Can't get any taillight film? What? Really? Is Lux like out of stock? If that's the case, that's surprising. I mean, it makes sense somewhat. I just didn't think it'd happen. I wasn't paying attention to it. Everything's over demand and running low on supplies is just like, that's like all they do. Oof, Yeah, they are. Dang, that sucks. Do these have to be cut tight? Well, they're frameless, right? So the tighter you cut them, the better they're gonna look. So you just... Something about a particular vinyl they use? Man, I tell you, I've heard on the film side of things, it's just tough. I mean, and to like pour salt in the wound, you had that canal that was blocked. I mean, we went as low on supply so they can't even manufacture it. Oh my God. Dude, 2020 and into 2021, dude, logistics are just a mess. You never know. You never know what industry is really going to be impacted. Like, everything is to some respect, but I wouldn't have thought just like, oh yeah, so we couldn't get a particular material, so now we just can't make it. F. Like, our whole business relies on that material. Like, oh my God. Lots of film scratching, rushed production. Oh no. Ah. The tighter she said, the better. Raffle. Yeah, that's what she said. Yes, but... Oh, I'm just listening. This is tint news to me, man. Good God, I couldn't even fucking imagine. Buy more clear crush. We're actually on a new one right now. We're on a new clear crush. I think I was wiping this off with a towel and it shifted on me ever so slightly. Yeah, there's gonna be like a lot of little back and forth right now. Just, we are right on that edge. So I think we're pretty good. There we go. I can do a little bit, so I'm gonna heat it and maybe shave off like this little end right here. It's not something that I typically do though. I feel like I need to get one of these just so I can practice that much more on like shaving the windows. I couldn't really get the blade thing down while it's wet though. It's just not something that I've been able to do yet. I've put in a fair amount of time to try it. It just doesn't seem to be working out for me. So the files would be like, I have to completely dry it to do it. So it makes more sense to, in that case, pull the seals, drop it in, dry it out, and then trim it off with a knife. The other option is a file. But for frameless, it would be okay. For non-frameless, though, that's where you would have some issues. So that's good. We are very good. We got the back door done. Alcohol mix on top. Yeah, I could see that. Makes sense. I gotta see how aggressively it makes it tack up. How aggressively it tacks up when you're going to like install it. Because sometimes this is like not fun to even slide into place. The carbon's pretty good. I sometimes forget how nice it slides trying to get into place. And the Pro Classic will be a little bit more sticky. GeoShield for life. GeoShield for a lifetime warranty. What are the dryer sheets for? So that's for a dry shrinking method. So on the back window, on the windshield, your glass is way more curved than on the doors. So you need to put down some material, some like type of a medium in between the film and the glass. It helps it stick a little bit to the glass, but not stick a ton as you're trying to shrink it. If you just do it on the glass, like it's possible, it just doesn't necessarily work out very well. It doesn't grab the glass like you'd want it to. Oh, are you going to use Windshield for life? I don't know. I don't plan on switching anytime soon. So I would definitely for the far foreseeable future am using it for life. I don't know. There's always something down the road that can make you change. You know, it's just like, let's see. What did I used to use? So we started with Lumar, and then Lumar distribution got pulled from our distributor. We were ordering through 44. They have two companies. They have 44 Tools, and then they have Performance Films. So we were ordering through Performance Films, and then eventually they had distribution pulled, and they weren't allowed to sell film for like a handful of years after the fact. So we couldn't order any film from them. So then we started shopping around. One, as a middle finger to Lumar for doing that, because we really like them. And two, Lumar never really did anything for us as a brand that we couldn't have done with anybody else. So then from there, what did we pull in after that? I think we went to ASWF at the time. I'm trying to remember. Who was it? So we were looking into like heat rejection films for a little while, and then like we had this line called Savor from ASWF. So we were looking for like a budget one at the time, because they didn't want to sell jobs for over $169. I was yelling at them to do more. It's like, come on, fucking charge more. And they're like, nope. They'll leave. So they do like Savor. They'd say like a 4-year warranty, which I don't even know how they got on 4 years. But it was a 4-year warranty on Savor, and that shit failed in 2. You can only imagine how much fun that was. All right, let's map this one. So this needs to come up here a little bit. Just gonna score that just a little bit. Flex Films NanoFlex? No, there's a lot of story there though. I don't like the company, so I haven't tried anything. Yeah, they don't really have a great rep for even they've gone through a lot of growing pains, and I can respect that, but they like ASWF had this similar issue, and that's like if you're no longer a client of theirs, they write you off. You either hang with them and you keep dealing with all the bullshit, or you switch film companies, and then any issues after the fact, they're just like, don't pick up your phone. They don't pick up the phone anymore. There was like, what really freaked me out was like, okay, so there was like this guy that was in one of the groups. Sorry, this is gonna take a while. I'm being real careful with how we do this. I don't want to overshoot these corners because that'll ruin the whole pattern. So it's just like you can put more film on, or I mean you can reduce your corners, but you can't put more film back on. So just trying to get a guide for exactly where these edges are. Ask my dad about flex file. Matt's dad. Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't too thrilled about it. Well, so here's a story for you guys. There's a mod in one of the groups who switched in 2018, and then a year later he had a bunch of failures. And he's a mod in the same group that the owner of the company is also a mod. And guess what? He fucking ghosted him. Like, that shit, that's ridiculous. And there's just lots of stories like that. So it's like, never take one just as is. There could be more behind the scenes, but there's been a lot of them like that. So it's just kind of the old ghost method. Just, if I don't pick up the phone, you'll just eventually go away. So that's that. Ta-da! All right, we should be good now. Ghost Rider. Yeah, right. So I get asked occasionally, and I don't, like... I'll talk about it from time to time, but that's just kind of the overall... There's more, but... We're doing a Tesla. Let's not ruin it. Dang. Diggity dang. It's looking good. Good, that's dirt on the outside. See a little white line, think it's a finger. What color does GeoShield tint look like from the inside? It'll be anywhere, depends on the grade. So the ceramic leans a lot towards the warmer side of things. The Pro Classic is pretty neutral, and the C2 is also more in the neutral range. It's like neutral to a little warm. Like the C2 though, it had like this really interesting, like, I don't know, I pulled it outside and it was like almost like a color amplification of like the outside. It was just like had this pop to it. It was really cool. Gray or brown? It leads more towards like the tanner side of things for the Pro Classic. Or not Pro Classic, I'm sorry, the Pro Nano. They'll send you some samples though if you wanna pick those up. I mean samples as in like you gotta so they'll do like this credit system. So you pay for the small samples and then they'll credit your rolls of film if you order from them. Did you do the back window? Not yet. For as long as it's been, we should be there, but we're just taking our sweet time on these doors. We got some towels to put down. We got to line the whole thing. We're going to do the windshield first, though. So I'm sorry. We're going to save it till last. But I want to get this windshield knocked out, and then we'll probably... I'm thinking we might flip around the car to do the full back window. Yes, this is the gigantic window. We special ordered a 60-inch roll of film for it. All in one piece. Big project today. Hey, can we order the samples? Talk to them. So just give them a phone call. I don't think they have sample sizes available off their site. But they can also give you some good info about, like, you know, their films, what to expect, their company. $60 is so hard to handle. A little bit. That's why we don't do it very often. We don't need the full 60 either. You only need like 40 something, but it puts it in this weirdo spot where you can't just get a 40. You gotta get a 60. Because there's nothing really in between. The 20? Let's see, what do I have on? Oh no, I was gonna say, we did a live stream, but we did 50 and 35 on my wife's Blazer with Pro Nano. Uh-oh. This might get scary for me. Oh God, there it is. Thank you. Whew. I think that is the best timing anybody's ever had with that balloon. That is not a Tesla explosion. That is a balloon. Who was that? Who did it? Who got it? This has a little wave here. That was kind of tripping me out because I thought my edge was a little wavy there, but it's the glass has a little dip there, so that matches up. All right. Like right in there, just no. T-Jet, congrats, buddy. You got me. I don't know what that means, but. Well, I'm glad we got that out of the way. Shoulder hurts now a little bit, a little tense. Wonder why. I think we're a little bit wider on an edge. So we're gonna let this dry and we're gonna trim it off. I pulled it over, but I could have pulled it over just a hair more. I think we're just down there. Oh, no, that's why. Yeah, I can feel just a little bit of a rough edge. The super chat was my opinion of Flex. We got a plastic pipe for the back window. So there was one that I did, the very first one was it was not a good day. So I had 4 other full cars to do that day. And this had been my first Model 3. And they just kind of like roped it in with all the rest of the jobs, right? Just like, yeah, here's your Model 3, and here's this, and this. And I'm like, whoa, wait, what? So So they had a roll of film dropped off ready to go, so they knew that it was a special job, but they didn't plan for it like it was a special job. And I went into it completely blind, so I made a phone call. And I also talked to somebody that hadn't done it either, but he was like, I'm pretty sure people are doing it from the top to the bottom. Don't do it from the top to the bottom. Top to the bottom is not fun. Ooh, that looks clean. Sweet Jesus, look at that. Oh, that looks good. We are doing good today. What is the door plastic? Carpet shield. You're not looking hard enough. Those are Home Depot. They definitely have it. Check on their website, and they'll tell you which ones have it in stock. Would you use Lexan Megamax Ultimate Ceramic? Is that like a for real film, Megamax? Or is that like a Mega Man alter ego? All right, we're trying to bump up the bit rate because we're a sucker for some torture. Yeah, it is. Megamax? Megamax Ultimate Ceramic. Extreme. I haven't got it. It's their expensive ceramic. It's kind of a funny name. It's like how I feel about Max Pro. Max Pro. What is it? Maximum Professional. Max Pro, right? Like 500 a roll? Whoa, they're trying to go in the other direction now? They're going super cheap, trying to get people, and then trying to sell them expensive rolls of film? I guess that's one way to do business. Now, why? Why? Okay, why? Why are they selling a five? Come on, man. They sell cheap carbon. Now, why do they got expensive ass ceramic? Have you tried this Soul Sucker 3000 yet? That's how I feel about it. Come on, they're extremely expensive. Should be like $200. See, you do what Tesla did. Tesla started with a very exclusive high-end car, and then they worked their way down to budget. So their branding is so much different. Starting from the bottom and then trying to work your way up is way harder. Because you've soiled your branding. People know you for like cheap, good enough film. Those are your clients. So how is it worth $600 now? Ooh, brand new roll. Okay, so one thing to note about a brand new roll of carbon is it's heavy as fuck. And slippery, too. So you get people that are like, how do you hold it? Well, on this one, I don't have a ton of good advice. Just grip it really tight and try and pinch it here, too. Also, I took off my shoes because I'm stepping on the paneling. Sorry. I don't want to get my socks all over it either, but it's nicer than dirty shoes. I had a towel over the thing, but I think it fell off. Oh, it's heavy. I ordered Lexan Pure Max and it shrinks like shit. Come on, people are telling me it shrinks great. They're kind of all, I like them, but like I like the people, but they're all over the place. I seen you use. Okay, so there was different tape on this one, so we didn't have to. So, depending on the tape, this is different, and this peeled clean. So, when you have a brand new roll of film, and you're like throwing it on the front doors or something like that, sometimes you'll just cut off the first few feet because that tape will leave an impression in the film. It'll leave like a little distortion, it'll leave a little air pocket or something. So it's just to take that off. But these ones, whatever that tape is, that's kind of the better one that you want to see. There's some manufacturers that just use Scotch tape and it peels clean, but it doesn't stretch and it'll kind of like create marks in the film during like shipping and stuff. But this one was good. You're doing Pro Nano? No, we're doing carbon. We are doing the C2 carbon 35 on this windshield and all the back. But, well, 5 on the back, 35 on the windshield. This is a big boy. It's taller. It's taller than most windshields. Not huge, but it's definitely like, it's tall. How's your wife and kid doing? They're doing good. He's really starting to develop a personality. He's really cute. He's yelling a lot now. Just like little baby squeals and stuff. He has a tough time going to sleep though right now. We try and put him to bed and he like shakes his head type of thing. Like he starts drifting off and he like fights it. Little like sleep tantrums. If you want to learn more about the film, I got some info on my site, my tint stuff. Hey, come on. This is not a cheap job. Don't say that. This is an $850 job, so this is not cheap. I know you're probably joking. But yeah, it's not really good film. Carbon is not nothing to scoff at. Stays up like that. Yeah. He usually will sleep in a little bit more in the mornings too. Except he'll hit like 6 or 7 in the morning and then want a bottle. And that's the one that's really tough. It's like, oh, I just want to sleep a little longer. Just can you This is also a 40-inch roll of film on this too. So this is a bigger roll of film. Somebody asking about the heat gun. Yeah, this is the least expensive Wagner. It kind of feels like a little toy compared to some of the other ones, but it's just a solid heat gun. You get paper cuts with film? Oh, those are the worst. They just don't stop. They'll sting a little bit, and then they just don't stop bleeding. It's just like, you go, in like really weird places too. So if I have a bunch of film, you just go pick it up, and then that film will hit you wrong, and just like, I abuse my guns. So, For the heat guns, I don't just throw them on the ground. There's people that'll just like drop them on the ground. I bungee cord them. So you just do this. You just pick it up here, and then you just like swing it down and like gently set it down. So you don't have to like lean down gently or anything like that. You just like, and then just like let it rest. So that's why it gets all like scuffed up and stuff on the sides, but it doesn't take a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. I got a nice magnetic heat gun holder. I've seen those. I don't know where to put it. People do that, and then you can take just the rolls, the cores off the tint rolls, and you can like stick them to the wall, like drill a hole, screw them to the wall, and then they make good heat gun holsters too. Can't get it. There we go. Oh, I use it for wraps. But oh yeah, sticking them to the car. That makes sense. I forgot. Yeah, they do stick to most cars. But yeah, putting like a towel or something in between it. Makes a lot of sense for vinyl. You use a heat gun at like all these little points for vinyl. If you stretch it, you use a heat gun. Like a little bit here, a little bit there. So it's like you're always working the film in vinyl with a heat gun. Tint, it's kind of just the one and done thing. So one big thing for the windshield, one big one for the back window, the doors real quick, everything, and then it's like you're mostly done. Stretch there. I wish this was the hardest part about this car. Now, I've seen also the Model Y. Or no, the Model X windshield. Oof. Ooh, that one doesn't make me very excited either. It's got a big old strip in the middle that I think you should remove. I don't know if everybody does that or not, but it looks like something that should be. I need to go to Tesla tint school. I have a feeling we'll start seeing them. More of them here. But it's just like... You can see it's... The glass shop just... Man, they just weren't good at landing Teslas, I'll tell you that. Switching to Geo and Solar Protective. I don't think... I might have heard of Solar Protective. There's like... There's film brands that keep popping up. And a lot of them, like, just look at the... An easy way to tell is, like, first off, look at the boxes. If they look like just a sticker on a box, they didn't put much into the film. Okay, so I did pick up a box of Moto Shield. They actually overpacked their film. They strike me as something that's totally in the opposite direction. I picked up their ceramic to do a video. I totally forgot I still have that stuff to do a video on. Okay, so this tape, Glass Aid, this is why we have it. Right here. So you can see, but that's seeing it as kind of a byproduct. What we don't want to do is put a score in this glass. I have seen more than any glass in recent years, people posting damaged Tesla glass. It's not bulletproof, it's not knife proof. It's sensitive glass. So please, please, for the love of God, be careful if you're cutting on a Tesla. Maybe the bulletproof stuff in the future will be better to cut on, but I won't take my chances. Have you ever damaged a car? Yeah, sure. Happens to the best of us, and sometimes that's how you learn. I've shattered 2 back windows. That was from removing, so like on some of the older cars, I don't know if you guys remember those stick-on antennas, one on one side, one on the other, and they would put a super aggressive adhesive in between there. So you'd have to like heat them up, spray them, and like cut it out. And there's this one, the way I would kind of speed it up is I would heat it up, chop it a little bit, shove a screwdriver there, and crank it. Don't do that. I put too much crank on it, and I popped that back window so fast. I was really annoyed, though, because somebody was actually filming the back window, and then they're just happened to be filming the back window. They're like, here we are tinting this one, and look at these people over here. And during that time when he turned away, the back glass broke. No footage of it, just footage slightly before and slightly after. Sad. If you're going to break something, get it on camera. Then you can post it as like a fail, and then at least get some memes off of it or something. Alrighty. So most of that's there. Let's check out how much gappage we have to deal with. Quite a bit. They have a nice space around the whole thing, including this up here. Ooh, that is clean. Look at this. You see this? You see those nice edges? That's why I really like some of Tesla. Because, like, Tesla showed manufacturers what they could be. It's like you could put a big old screen in it. You can do this. You can do that. And then now they're playing catch-up. Canon. Sorry, I gotta get GoPro. Oh, Canon. Don't look in that back room. GoPro. What do we need? We need some big old towels. So we got that one over there. So we got to cover this whole puppy up. Do you recommend the Blue Max? I'd recommend the Clear Crush or the Orange Crush over it. But it's a good squeegee, though. It just nicks a little fast. Presses out water really well. It's a great squeegee. It just nicks really fast. When is the 36 going to be back in stock? Oh, I'm really sorry about the Pro Classic. Dude, they've run into a crisis. Geo is getting film by the end of the week, by the end of next week. And that's what really sucks. Well, Pro Classic, anyways. And he said, quote, "Stop ordering the cheap shit." Like, you can get carbon in between there, and he really has said, it's like, Pro Classic is not just cheap. It's not cheap shit, but in their and the films that they carry, like, they carry 2 above it, so it's just like, man, offer your customers something better, was his point. I thought that was really funny, just the way that he said it. My towel wants to fall off the dash. Same. I got the same problem. Pro Nano is sold out? He said Pro Nano should be there, so I can check on the stock for you, but he said they're good. They should be good on Pro Nano and carbon. He's just the what is it? No, which film? Pro Classic was coming in stock at the end of the week. He said he was good on carbon and Pro Nano. Unless people just flushed him out of ceramic, too. I don't know. But it's been extra crazy. So we've had there's been like a super demand for tint. So there's stimulus money that came out. And right at the same time that tax season is here. Ooh, look at that. We created this nice little... I like that. I got lucky on that one. So stimulus money came out, tax season, all at the same time. So it's going to be a little bit busy in a lot of places. And they're having a hard time with logistics because he over-ordered from last year. He's like, I'm not going to be out of film this year. He was determined. And then you guys just fucking blew him out of the water. And then there's also like hang-ups. Like there's also the small hang-ups of like he has extra film on the way. And then it gets like stuck. It gets stuck at the docks. It gets like, so he's having to fly stuff in. It's just like, he's had huge logistical problems with FedEx, UPS, shipping, overseas containers, and all this kinds of shit. It's just been mad. GeoShieldUSA.com. And this is not exclusive to Geo. This is across the board with everybody right now. Everybody has had massive logistical problems with film. There's just a mad rush right now for window film. I mean, have you guys seen the PC market? What the hell? Graphics cards, gone. CPUs, gone. Just everything. Yeah, you can pick it up from my tint stuff. Ships out of their warehouse. All right. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna trim this up here. We're gonna make this straight. This is at the top end of where we would want to be, and we'll see how it looks. Yeah, I've seen the contoured one. Might be worth looking into. There's like random little tools that come out from people quite often, so it kind of gets hard. It's hard to keep up with everything. All right, there we go. Why do you remove the glass aid? So before installation, I like to touch up my edges a little bit after I cut it, and I like to do that on a smooth surface rather than the raised. Well, I'm falling over. I'm trying to put my shoes back on. And second, sometimes I'll be just inside the border a little bit, and that's not a bad thing, but I want to make sure that all my edges are completely covered on the inside when I go to lock down that film. So you don't need to, but I tend to just do it. And yeah, if I mess up, I gotta reapply it. So that kind of sucks. That actually really sucks. So yeah, I like to go through, make sure all these edges are flat right against the glass. You could make them flat against the glass aid though, and you'd be fine. It's gonna look good. It's really cool of you to answer all questions. Oh, thanks, man. You're welcome. I try and answer whatever I can. Sometimes chat gets a little busy, and I'm talking, rambling about whatever, but yeah. It helps pass the time. Would you do free tint for your friend? Yeah, I have. Alrighty. So I'm not gonna remove that. I'm just trying to see where it is. So I don't see a gap at all, which is kind of what I wanted. But I want to see how straight this is. Where we are. Yeah, that's looking good. Okay, this should be good. Yep. Good deal. We didn't have to recut it. Okay, big prep time. We gotta prep the full windshield. How long has it been? 2.5 hours. Not too bad. Was I smart? No, I was dumb. I left my clay bar sitting somewhere. See, after you use the clay bar, a smart tinner would put it back in the warm bath so it can loosen up again, because sitting out in the cold is not ideal. How are we doing on streaming? Woo! My kilobits aren't doing so bad right now. That's good. We've only dropped 16,000 frames out of this entire stream. Oh, there's a problem with YouTube not telling me about all the super chats in a list, so I'm sorry if I miss one. When my clay bar stays wet, it turns into bubble gum, sticks all over my hands. Ew. So, if I've ruined a couple of them by leaving them overnight in water, but leaving them sit in warm water periodically throughout the day hasn't hurt them. But I was hoping I could just always leave it in water, but yeah, it starts to make it kind of mushy. Unfortunately. Irritating to order partial rolls shipped in a box and has crush marks every 6 inches. That is going to be on the shipper's fault. The UPS or FedEx. Dude, yeah. It depends on your distribution hub in your area. A lot of times FedEx here is kind of shit and UPS is much better, but I've heard complete opposite in other sides of the country. Not fun at all. Is it true that the glass of the Tesla is softer than normal? By the sheer amount of times I've seen somebody post that they've scratched one, I'm going to say yes. I'm not taking that gamble. Fuck that. I stopped taking that gamble a long time ago. It's just too much of a risk. Because you charged X amount for the job. Whatever you charged, it's going to cost you the same, if not more, to get that glass replaced. So we definitely do not want to fuck with it. I'm going to take off my tool belt so I'm a bit more limber. Look at this. Look at this nice little Tint Wiz towel. We're going to put that over the screen. Ta-da! Get that nice and protected. Well, so it depends on also who you ordered it from. So partial rolls sometimes will just be rolled up, but nothing from Geo. Geo would never, like, that's just, it sounds like cheaper film if they just like rolled it up and threw it in a box. Sounds like an Amazon or eBay type of thing. Big windshield, but at least there's a good amount of space. It's not quite as annoying as like an Audi would be. I don't know when I make a video about MotoShield. I have their ceramic just to make like to make a meme video, but I don't have anything on my schedule. I've had appointments every day, so I haven't needed to do any of those videos. Like I wanted to, and I got the stuff, and then like other stuff popped up too. So I don't really have a great excuse for when it was slower. But wait, are we doing clay bar treatment? Because it's a Tesla, bro. Do you even Tesla? No, we do that with every windshield. Every back window, every door. Oh, that's a big one. Make sure you turn off the auto AC. That's a good point. We were talking about features that might want to be shut off. I didn't think of that one though. On the home screen. We're too far into it though. I'm worried about turning it on now. It's not a hot day though. So I'm guessing it'll hopefully just stay off, but it could be an issue. I don't know. Where you at? Where you at, bro? I think we're gonna do. Should we do one more time, or are we good? I think we're good. I am out in Sterling Heights. If you know where that is. All right. We should be good. All right. Let's get this guy right here. This would be a lifesaver for the back window too. Da, 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 da. There it is. What's the tape? Glass Aid. You can find it on mytintstuff.com. Sun Distributing, Tint Depot, 44 Tools, all the usual suspects. Oh, Dragon's got it too, actually. What do you mean by clay bar treatment? Somebody in chat called it a clay bar treatment. I'll take a clay bar and I'll go over the glass. And it just helps pick up little bits that might be left behind. I especially use it for like back windows. It's really good for cleaning defrosters. What? Super chat, thank you. That was an interesting one. Did you see T-Jet with the 3? Thank you. Did you see Patrick's handstand? What? No. Is he doing handstands now? You gotta call that boy. I haven't talked to him in a little bit. He's got a Glass Aid clay bar. Yeah, so they're Glass Aid branded clay bars. All synthetic clay bars should work fine. The little difference with the one that I have is it's harder, and that might actually sound like not a good thing, but as tinters in hot weather, what you're gonna notice is a clay bar that is really soft might start letting go. So it'll, like, on hot glass, it can like leave little sticky bits behind on the dry spots of the glass. So as it, really hot, starts drying out and stuff like that. So if you're having that issue, try one of the Glass Aid ones. It'll be better in that. But in the wintertime, I keep it in a warm bath because it's like it's a little block. So, downsides. All right. I think we ready. What do you guys think? Think we ready? Let's go. How did you take out the liner? Liner isn't too hard to pull off. GeoShield, how did I find them? I found them while looking for nano carbon and nano ceramic film. My first introduction to Geo was like near 2011, 2012. I've seen Geo years back. They had a film, one of the first ones to market in the nano carbon and ceramic category. Theirs was called, they had such a cool name for it. Dark matter is what they used to call it. God, I should talk to him about that name. That was such a cool name for film. GeoShield Dark Matter. This is one of the coolest names for a film that I saw. But with a lot of the early ones, you had, I mean, this is across the board with everybody. It was a new technology, so they all had some form of haze to it, and that's gotten better with time. So that was like one of our initial issues with the brand years back, but all right, we should be good. A little nervous, but here we go. We're gonna take our shoes off because I installed Tesla glass with no shoes. It's easier to get around. If you have shoes taking up space, take them off. Be respectful. Respect the Tesla. So I'm trying to look up here, but I get this big old headset on too, so that makes it a little tough. So my goal right now is to get some on the glass, keep it away from the headliner, and then start tucking in that and get it as far down on the windshield as I can. If you get it far down on the windshield and it's not too tight there, you'll have a much easier time unrolling the whole piece. Just slide it into place. Big old boy. Dang! Thank you. Matt tinted my window and is my hero. Thank you, I appreciate it. What car? What do we do? I don't know. I don't see names and I don't hear names. So I'd have to go back to the PC and look. But you can refresh my memory because we're in the middle of a big boy. We're in the middle of a big boy. Big boy. Can you tint my Tesla? Sure. Chevette? I haven't done a Chevette. Unless it was like years ago or something. Sure thing, I could do your Tesla. Ones that I haven't done yet. Model X and Model Y. And I've done a lot of S's though. Done a lot of S's. Just haven't done the X or the Y yet. So we're going to tint school for some of these. And by tint school, I mean I think we're good. Are we? Okay, we can put just slightly over and just slightly up. Just making sure. I need to walk to the other side. We're not wearing sock or shoes anymore. Why does that matter? I don't know. What I wanted to see was here. Road trip? Oh, dang. I wish this was more of a destination location, but I'm sorry, it's not. Nick met. Oh. He doesn't count. I'm kidding. He helps out with the with everything. So say hello to Nick, everybody. Maybe Crocs next time. Hang on. We want to go up just a little bit more. I just want to make sure there ain't no gaps. He's my hero. When will this balloon explode? Bro, it did. It's gone. Thank you for the super chat, though. Where's my... Alright, so this is very slidey right now. So what I'm like triple checking absolutely everything. Because the last thing I want is to start squeegeeing this out, have it walk on me, and just leave that little hairline gap that in order to remove, you'd have to peel back the full windshield because, oh look, it's hacked up too much. So I think we're good. This is just take our sweet ass time stream today. 100%. I don't want to do this fast at all. I want to do this slow. I want to make sure I get this as perfect as I can. As I'm saying that, there's one little speck there. That's about the size of a small boulder. So we gotta find out what you are. Is this a little carbon speck happen to be on the glass? Or is this something else? Not fun. Alright. We're pretty tucked up here too, aren't we? Yeah. I like chill streams. Uh-huh, there we are. Just that little boy. This little guy right here. That little guy? I wouldn't worry about that little guy. Make sure we got it. How do you not have any specks if you touch the mirror? Well, you're probably always going to have a little something. But you do a real thorough job about cleaning it, wiping all that stuff off, and you minimize a lot of your chances of that off. The other side of it is what kind of work and labor do we have to go into for removing the whole mirror? Does that trip out any sensors? Do I have to recalibrate something? On these cars, especially, you got to take that into consideration. So until you know for sure, I wouldn't remove a mirror like this at all. They got the autopilot system that every once in a while kills somebody. So, yeah. Tinted at Detroit Tint Studio. I mean, it'd be publicity, but... the best looking tint job, unfortunately. Yeah. You know what I mean? So there's real clean ceramic cutouts out here, so it like just bumps up against it, but it doesn't mean that it's contaminated. super chat. Somebody made some money on ceramic today. Hell yeah. I love hearing that. I'm so glad. It's a ceramic on a single cab truck with a full windshield. That smells like money, bro. Good job. The best way to remove tint? That is worth looking up some videos over. Use a steamer. Use a steamer, get some adhesive remover, and some glass-safe scrub pads. And you're going to be in for a long day. So, I gotta admit, I think I was slightly more nervous about this full windshield than I was about the back glass. So, I just want to see how this actually turned out, because I think this went really well. 141. How many? 111 people and only 41 likes? You guys are shit at liking my videos. Step it up. Thank you. Thank you for putting them on blast. I appreciate it. Maybe they don't like it. Maybe they don't like it. So what was that? T-Jet with a 5 did a single cab Pro Nano 96 Ranger. I'm not digging the 96 portion, but good job, man. That's awesome. I did a 98 Lexus in carbon the other day. I wasn't digging the 98 portion of it. Way to go, man. I'm sorry. Step it up. I'm too nice to you guys. You gotta bump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. So, I need somebody to refresh my memory here real quick. Anybody see a long squeegee? Where did I put it? Did I bury it? No. Did I throw it there? No. Where did I put it? See, I do this all the time. Where's my long, guys, help me out. Where'd I do it? What'd I do? Did I hang it or something? That's fine, I'll use this one if I have to, but it's on your head. Passenger? Did I really? Is it down there? Am I just not seeing it? Oh my God! You guys, I swear to God. You guys come through. Might be rookie numbers. Might be some rookie numbers on the legs, but you guys are very helpful for finding something. That scrub pad could scratch the Tesla glass. Not this one's been well used, and no, these are tri-edge glass safe ones. How long to get in for an appointment? We're a little backed up now, and I'm really sorry too. I'm going out of town for like early next week. We gotta run over to Chicago. So my earliest available is April 12th or something. It's a Monday. It's one of those days. It's close. It's like early April or mid-April or something. But yeah, for scrub pads, the ones you want to avoid are the Scotch-Brite green ones. Those ones will scratch the shit out of some glass. The tri-edge, they have a blue one and they have a tan one. So you'll be perfectly fine with them. That's what they're made for. Ooh, what's this? Did you see a picture of the Camry sunstrip? No, I don't think I did. But that sucks that it's all scratched up. That's not what we like. We like non-scratched glass for sure. What kind of steamer? Just actually a cheap cloth steamer. So you can use it for your clothes afterwards. Or you can return it if you're real cheap. Dang. Dang. Ooh. This is my favorite part. This is my favorite part. When you're like, ugh, and nervous, and you just want everything to go well, and you put in that extra time, that extra effort, and it looks like everything has gone beautifully. That is what we like to see, ladies and gentlemen. Good deal. This looks good. This looks very, very good. So you're going to have a little bit of water that takes a little bit of time to dry out. So you get that waviness in there. So we can try, we just got maybe a little bit extra there that we can press out while it's still all even. Yeah, this is looking good. I like it. I like it. Look, the glass was scratched below where you put the strip. Dirty me. Oh, the cloth fell off an old Mercedes C-pillars. Well, that's because it's old. So there's those old, sensitive, crappy fabrics, like with old adhesives, that you might have an issue with. Sure, that's not impossible. But like the other thing is, I betcha if you just sprayed soapy water and touched it, that you'd have the same effect. It's not just a steamer. Yeah, I've seen that stuff too. Man, you chalk that up to just old cars. That's not something on like that you need to try and identify beforehand. And you could definitely tell. A lot of those you can tell because you'll see the fabric start like flipping away. And the more moisture you put on that, the more you're gonna just make it deteriorate. But there'll be clear signs beforehand. It won't just be like a nice looking panel and then it all just goes to shit. But you don't have another way to remove any film like that other than removing the whole piece of glass. Steamers are the best. I've had a lot of waviness like that and come to find out it's the glass. So there is distortions in glass. You'll be able to see it like a sharper angle. So if you're like in the driver's looking out towards the sides, you'll see some natural distortions. But the ones that I'm talking about are clearly different. So what you would be looking at is like, just like some little ripples and stuff like that. That goes in like the shrinking patterns. That's what you'll see. Does the police remove it if they stop you? Man, that would be nice. Yeah, sure. Can you, officer, please? Yes, it's illegal. Can you please do the removal for me? Thanks a bunch. I'll be sitting on the sidelines, sipping on a soda. Please remove that. No, they just shoot you. Oh my God. Those were two very different comments. You're just totally fine, right? Everything's good. And then it's like, You got two scenarios. One, sir, you need to have that tint off. Please step out of the vehicle while I do the removal for you. Oh, thank you, officer. And the other one's like, that's illegal. Done. Done. Oh boy. All right, so we have most of it done. Now we need to do the back quarters and and then we'll do the back window. Oh, 1 second. I gotta readjust this. Depends on the location. Respect my authority. What kind of car is your daily driver? I got an Explorer, 16 Explorer over there. You guys see it often. Don't forget to soak rope the back glass. I've seen that people do that, so that's what we're going to be doing on this one. My tints I got are so shit, which is why I want you to do mine. Aw. Come on, I teach you guys better. Stop doing shit tint for this guy. Do better. Water will drop in the third brake light, not easy to clean up. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. As long as it doesn't create any damages. But we'll put one in there. I just need a little bit of a breather because that is a big boy. We did the rest of it. Things are going well. And yeah. I need to figure out a way to charge some of this stuff, though. I really wish I could do that. Because my battery will last a while, but I don't know if it'll last the entirety of the back glass is my only concern. What was I going to plug it into? I was going to plug it into this guy. Are you using the PVC for the rear window? Yes. Yes, we are. All right, so we got that extra battery. That's good. The only thing I'm concerned about is this one. So how long have we been streaming? We've been streaming for 3 hours now. All right, that's about right. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so let's go ahead and put this back on. Let's do these quarters. Sweet Lord. Sweet Lord. Rode in a Tesla the other day. The guy's a huge Tesla fan. That's cool. Tesla's created a really tight-knit fan base community, and that's cool to see. What they did was they really adopted converted non-car people. Not necessarily non-car people exclusively, but more like the same type of Apple cult following is what you got on the Teslas. And you look at that and you go, what's up, Ford? Chevy? Any of you guys sleeping on this? Sad. Okay, so we readjusted the headset. This is better. We got it in a better spot now. So this is a big deal. Big boy back window. But we're going to ignore it for now. We're going to do these quarters. Because that's what you guys really came here to see. You guys came here to see some quarter windows. It's like, God damn it, Matt. Would you stop putting off this back window? That's all I care about. So we also got some benches that we can prop up for hopefully some easier cutting and shrinking and visuals. I'm pretty sure that they help. So those little like bench ladder thingies, we picked up a couple of those yesterday. These guys. So this is our big old roll of film here. This is a 60-inch box of film. It's a tall boy. We're gonna put him, that's what we normally use. That's what we got for the Tesla. We're gonna do the same thing. So I'm actually going to set my belt right here real quick, and then we're going to take one of these guys. And then one of these guys. None of this anymore. You're retired. There. Now we can get up higher. So there's just a lot of little, like, your edges have to be kind of tight. You do have some room, but they still need to be a little tighter. Again, we need to drop that in here. It's probably less warm because we just leave it open. So that's cool. Scrub pad, oh scrub pad. Where do we put our scrub pad? It's probably in our belt, right? That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Oh, I hear a bunch of stuff falling. Oh, we can use one of these ones. Look how tall I am now. How's that? Is that a good perspective for you guys? Nothing better than losing tools. Oh, it happens to me so often. I find it, I keep a mental note of where it is, and then, ooh, that is not good. I did not realize that's just gonna fall down there. What happens if it's raining? And you open the door. Should run down those channels, but we gotta be a little careful there, huh? Good old design. Yeah, so here, there's a couple things. One, this edge all of a sudden jets out into a connector. So there's a little connector there. And two, there's probably a lot more. So if our batteries at any point run out, I think I've got a contingency plan, but it's not going to be quite as good. So hopefully that's not the case. But this is probably going to take another little while here. Do you remove the interior pillars? It might help. Probably would help. But I don't think I need to. And if I don't need to, why do it? Good deal. It's about as clean as she's ever been. Right out of the factory. All right. So, the soap is definitely in the, what's it called? Soap is in the spray tank. My light. And a towel. Okay, so these seats, they fold down. That's good news. and then they give you a little place to like tuck your feet. So, but it puts you closer to the roof. So it's kind of like this crapshoot thing. It's like you do want them folded down, I think, for the installation. But it always smushes you a little bit closer to the top, and that's a little difficult to deal with, but choose your battles. All right, so where are we at? This. Yeah, that's what I thought. How much does a full Pro Nano cost? In this one, oof, I think I said $950. Okay, so, yep. So there's two lines here. There's this, which is the actual ceramic. There's this dark spot, which is the panel overlapping, not letting light through, and then there's the glass. So we want to keep this on the back end so we don't have any light gaps. Being that they tinted it out of the factory, it makes it really tough to see just that area, but the farther down the window you go, the easier this will be. Plus we're doing limo, so that's not exactly going to make it super fun, but we'll get there. See, this is why a bench like this is really beneficial, so you can get right up over it without worrying about like missing an edge or something. I think I'm just gonna go barefooted. We'll have to get back into the flip-flop life. There's adhesive right there, on the inside. Whoa, this one was rolled really funny. That's why I take the bad rolls. Wonder how crappy the computer cut pattern is. I'd imagine the back window's not so bad, but you definitely need above a 40-inch plotter for this one. So that rules out a lot of people even cutting them out. Most people, 40-inch plotters, they're good enough. Not in this case. This is that edge case. And then on the doors, though, yeah. The doors especially. Come on, where are ya? I forget to talk because I'm so focused on this. Okay, so one little piece here. When you do your final trim, are you following the glass aid or are you on top of it? I'm right on top of it. So this one, I purposefully went right on the edge. That's where I usually try and keep them. So the border is almost invisible. I try and keep it right there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it on the glass aid itself, but I'm going to keep it real tight the whole way around. That way I get a nice close cut. Usually, cutting into it, yeah, like into it a little bit. you're riding that tape. Ah! Sounds funny. What's the V-Nano on the website? That's the budget ceramic. It's not something I carry here. It's a GeoShield offering, though. So if you're looking to offer a little bit of a more, sorry, I said that wrong. If you're looking to offer a cheaper ceramic, they got that one available. But it's a 5-year ceramic. Wow, we sprayed a lot of water on this one. Definitely more than we should have, so it's going to take a minute to dry. You know how usually I like to say, do your doors, prep the back window, then do your doors? This is why. What do you think about Scorpion? I hear okay things about them. They're a little bit on the cheaper side of things. So you'll save some money up front on film costs. Decent brand. Not the highest quality of films, though. Okay, so we'll do these quarters in the meantime. We gotta let this back window chill out. We're gonna put our shoes back on. And then we might even flip this car around. I don't know, though. Nah, I think we'll be okay here. Scorpion's a Reebox film. Yeah, and that's kind of like, so there's a couple different types of Reeboxers, and they'll do this with a few different brands. Every once in a while, they'll swap out the film that they have in the box, so they'll have a name for it, and then if they feel like they found a better offering, they'll just swap it and not even tell you about it, and they've done that before. So the only issue with that is if you've installed a bunch of jobs with one of their offerings, and then you go to redo a window down the road, nothing's gonna quite match. Whoa! Cannon. This guy, what's up, buddy? How you been? Hey, Matt, hope everything is well. I just fully switched to Geo, and I love their product, thanks to you. Awesome. Do you have a recommendation to avoid little dirt specks during install? The only things you can really do is make sure your water's clean. Technique is a lot of it. So make sure you have clean water and just focus on your technique. There'll usually be something small, but all the practice and stuff that'll make it better. So yeah, just try and, like I said, yeah, technique's always a big thing. I hate having to I wish I had something better to say, but technique really makes up for a lot of installation. Thank you so much for the 15. I hope you're doing well. It's been a minute. Ooh, look at that. Look at that little, ooh, looks clean. I was F1 Pinnacle. I've actually never used the Formula One line, so I cannot comment on that. Okay, so that's drying. We need 5 for the quarters, which we can probably get off of that big roll, but we can't get that till it's dry. All right, hang on one second. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna swap out a battery. We're gonna turn this off. We're probably gonna take just a quick 5 minutes here. I'm gonna turn these things off just for a little bit, and then put them on the charger. Thanks for your advice. I've been hustling at work. I haven't been here in a while. Well, it's good to have you back today, man. Hope things are going well. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much for the 5, by the way. I appreciate that. Okay, this is what we want to do. We want to pull that. We want to put this on the charger. Okay, we're gonna take a little break. Just like, I'm just gonna hang it on stream because we got time still. So before we tackle this, I just want to take a minute. I'm one worried about the batteries dying, so I want to just kind of beef them up for a minute. And then we got to let that dry, so while it's drying, we can hang out here for a little bit. We don't want to just sit there and watch dryer sheets dry. Tab pull shrink? Yeah, we're going to mostly pull shrink it. It's probably going to be a little messy. What's better for a windshield, carbon or pro nano? It depends on what you're interested in. They're both good films. Yeah, they're both definitely good films. It really depends on your budget. So if you want to go all out, just go ceramic. You're going to get more heat rejection. Are we done? Not yet. Not yet. We're going to take just a little breather here. We're letting the back window dry because one sprayed too much water. Too much water. All right. Sorry, my wife messaged me. I'm making sure everything's good. Wait, I just realized you're in Detroit? That's why we changed the name. Look. I'm not just going to sit here on my phone. But I'm also... It's been really slow for calls today, I think. I should check. I'm checking on family. Oh, I turned down one of these bad boys a week ago. Can't say I don't blame you. I have a Model Y. How much to tint the front two windows to match the rear? Pretty sure we'll just do regular pricing on that because I don't think there's anything overly difficult about the Model Y, and I don't think you have front quarters either. Model Y? Yeah, they're just bigger front doors, frameless. They'd start at $100 for a color stable dyed. $130 for carbon, $160 for ceramic. That would be perfectly fine for something like that. Where it gets really expensive, so like the Model S's, those I keep at the same price too. They're nothing crazy. This is so much more expensive because we had to special order the roll for the back. We're doing the full windshield, which is a little bit taller than an average windshield. And then that back window is like that bigger roll, and the amount of work that's going to go into this car is a lot more than honestly just a regular Model S. Where's your shop? In Sterling Heights. You can contact us, phone call or whatever or just even message us on the page, and schedule an appointment for it. What percent on the doors and front windshield did you use on that 3? We did 5 on the front doors, so he's went way dark. On the Model Y, you likely have 20% factory on the back. If it's well, yeah, you do in the front door, so it'll be factory tinted. They usually stay in that 20% range. So if you want to match them, do 20% or go a little lighter. How do you make an appointment? Either go to DetroitTintStudio.com or right through the Facebook page. You can call us or whatever. Yeah, that would be... Here, I'll type it in the chat for you, too. I can't spell Detroit. That's our website, DetroitTintStudio.com. But yeah, I do matching front doors all the time. Not necessarily on a Model Y, but why not to start? Do you offer pickup and drop off? No, but you can drop it off. Sorry. You can drop it off or wait. It'll take probably about half hour, 45 minutes to get them done. What's your average retail price? Any dealership work? Average retail, it's been more like color stable lately. Trying to bump that up to at least carbon. So we're anywhere from like 240 to 295 right now for everything but the windshield. But I've had quite a few cars. As soon as they add the full windshield, that goes up to 370. Do you offer shit tint removal? I don't like to, but I do. I actually have a guy who's bringing his Audi A4 to have the back glass removed and retinted because whoever the tinter was didn't want to remove the brake light. I did mention the front windshield tint percent, 35. It's tinted right now, so this is 35 right now. We're working on the back, so here, I'll get out of the way for a second. Look at that. Ooh, ooh, baby. Look at that. Look at that. Is that good? Something like that. Something like that. Let me check. Let me check this back window. Still damp. That's what happens when you put too much water. You can take a heat gun and dry it all out, but I'm letting some batteries charge a little bit. It's 2 o'clock, so we're not too far off where I thought we'd be right now. But this will probably take us till 3. Darkest I can have in my state in the front is 20. What state? That's actually pretty dark for front windows. A lot of times it'll only be the front windows, like sides, and not necessarily the windshield. Like, for example, Florida's 30. Or 28. Dry edge generic, good shit, sorry. They are good. I appreciate the sorry. I know. It's yeah. Yeah, they're handy. I just wish it wasn't such a blatant ripoff. It really is. You look like literally identical tools, not identical, but the same shapes, same styles. Literally, the reach, everything's been ripped off. Just the whole line, just like that, and that was it. It's like, wow. Somebody does not give two shits. For those of you that, oh no, I'm not going to bring it up. I'm not going to draw any more attention to it. Don't forget to refill that bottle. Oh, fuck. You're right. You're right. You know, we got some time. Kind of. 1 sec. So this is for drinking, but it's also for coffee, which I actually have everything right here. Oh, almost ready to go. I want to use all of it. See? That's handy. Oh, have you guys seen these bottles too, by the way? These tops, these are my favorite. Just this, done. We can use a refresher on the coffee. So we're waiting for the back glass to dry. It's got dryer sheet on the outside. We should have done it earlier. This is what happens if you spray too much water and, you have to take a breather. Hazelnut. I usually go for mocha, but I couldn't find the mocha powder creamer, so we're just doing this stuff. My man has his own coffee pot at his desk. French press coffee. All right, where's our beans? Where's the beans, bro? Uh-oh. Chill. Oh, there it is. I'm blind. They are up here. They're hiding behind that. Yeah, so we're using some pike roast. We're going to grind them, and we're going to make some quick French press coffee, because it's easy. I would use a Keurig, but Keurig is like, if you're in a rush, it's okay. But if you have a few minutes and you have the things to do it, just French press. You can make it stronger. You can make it much stronger. Don't spill the beans. But, I like a stronger coffee. So we go with like the Pike's Medium, which in Starbucks terms, they overcook their beans, so it's definitely on the darker side. Ooh, baby. Detroit Tint Studio and Coffee. Hey, Matt, just hearing you since you started live. I was working and couldn't watch. Finally, I can watch. Nice. Yeah, we're going to get into this back window. But first, we're going to top off our coffee. Why not splice on the defrosters? It's not pretty that way. I mean, you could get away with doing it that way for some people, but if you want to go for the best, you're just going to do it on one piece. So here's the difference too. You guys, there's the old cars that we could do. There's so it's like pick your battles here. There's lots of Tesla Model 3s. They're going to be one of the most popular. They are one of the most popular new sedans on the road. They got a huge cult following. And so there's a good amount of them that you're going to see possibly roll into your shop. This is a car you're going to want to learn and put some time into. That's how these work. There's a lot of old cars that you could learn and spend a shit ton of time trying to figure out. And how many of those are you actually going to get? So it's like pick and choose your battles. This is one of those types of vehicles you definitely want to learn. And then do the full back window. Oh, shit, we're a little low on water. That's not great. That's not great. Oh, we do have more here. All right. Well, this will brew, and then we can heat up a little bit more. We need to put a little bit more in there. I thought it was light, but I didn't know how light. But we have extra water too. How much for this? $8.50. So I said it's totally worth learning. And you can do them much faster than I'm doing here. You can. We're having just a nice long chill stream today. We're putting a ton of work into this just to make sure it turns out that much better. Can I order a mocha? Sure, I'll get it shipped to you. Barista. I'm a barista now. Maybe we'll get fancy enough to have our own barista. Plotter cuts are 2 pieces. Oh, that's because most people are going to have 40-inch plotters. So they probably just did it to accommodate people. I just do it in 1. This could be a big disaster too, by the way. Excuse me. So let's check on our back window. The back window is certainly a pain, but I don't think it's the most difficult thing. No, there's harder ones out there, but it's just there seems to be like a split opinion. I'm getting a fair amount of questions of are you going to do it in 1 piece? Are you going to do it in 1 piece? That lets me know there's a lot of people that are offering it, but they're just doing it in 2 pieces or they're just doing partials. Do you think it's ridiculous to pay $350 for a 20-inch full roll premium ceramic? From where? No. It depends on where it's from and what the ceramic is. A 1,260-inch roll. So 60-inch by 100 feet? Is that what we're talking about? I don't know. XPEL? XPEL has good films. They have a good program. They're a more locked down company, though. So you're not really just going to shop around, see XPEL, and necessarily be able to get an XPEL product catalog. Ooh. We good. It's nice and hot now. A 60-inch full row for $1,200? From who? That's definitely expensive stuff. How can I get XPEL film like normal people? You're not going to be able to. You got to go to XPEL dealer. I prefer 60-inch rolls, neat and more satisfying. Woo! That's like Tetris. You just pull out, cut a section out for like a back window, a door, whatever. Unless you're like getting them 60s chopped the way you want them, but you need to be an XPEL. Yeah, like somebody says, you need to be an XPEL dealer. There's a few of them like that. So like Lumar's like that, XPEL, a few different companies. They have territories, they have rules and stuff like that. So they have good programs. They're good people over there. But you know, if you, let's say, like their PPF, but you don't like their tint, you, as a dealer, you have to use their tint. So it's kind of the drawbacks. So what you hope is that they have a full product offering for you. But what their goal is, they're a publicly traded company. Their goal is to grow dealers and try and support those dealers And really, it's like when they recommend a shop, they want to be able to recommend the same products across the board to everybody. So everybody to them is kind of the same in their own dealer network, but you get what I mean? So that's from a company perspective. I definitely don't disagree with it as a company. It's just I get it doesn't match up with what I do here. And that's where what is really unfortunate. Stuff like that is like when you have lockdown programs and I'm like, "Oh, I use Expel, just use Expel." And then somebody in my chat is like, "Hey, I tried to use Expel and they told me to fuck off because there's another person in my territory." That really blows. So it's just we never match up on something like that. That's why I've never looked into becoming them. I don't want to tell you to just go get something else that you couldn't use that you see on my channel. It doesn't sit right with me. All right. We have a little top off in the battery. It's nowhere near long enough to charge it all, but sometimes this thing just tweaks out, man. Oh, now you want to turn on. Okay. Can you measure sideways? I could, but maybe after the fact. I don't want to throw a tape measure over it. All right. We're having one of these deals. There's like a certain... I'm gonna shut it off. We're gonna start it back up. Sometimes this has a little hiccup if it doesn't start up smoothly, which it definitely did not. All right, that looks better. Let's have some fun. Let's go. All right, this screen's gonna go black. Oh, there we go. We're getting better. Oh yeah, Solar Effects also has territories too. You know, I get it. And you don't want to create, so from a company perspective, I get it. And I think most people do as well. So you don't want to create internal dealer competition with one another. You don't want me here, another guy 5 minutes down, just right across the road or whatever, and we have the same films, and then customers are bouncing back and forth, trying to beat us up on price, because somebody's going to cave. So you could go across probably the nation and get Expel installed at different price points, but they want to keep those dealers away from each other to a certain extent so it's not so much internal competition. We're almost there. But from a, I don't know, you can get along, but there's a lot of internal competition like that. So I get it. I get it. I don't have the greatest of answers. There's a little sticky there, I forgot. We gotta take care of that. That'll be a major issue if we don't. How heavy is that setup? It's not as bad as what it seems. It's evenly distributed. All right. Actually, let's put this here. So there is, I can see it here. Probably from like a dealer tag or something. This is usually on the other side, so who knows? But there's a little guy. Ooh, it's like a hard sticky. Oh yeah, I remember. I had a conversation with Wildcard in the chat. He said he tried to get solar effects, and they had the same issue. Like he talked to. This is it. This is what. You know, if you just live in the right area, you're fine. But if you don't, and you have a good shop, then it's like you call around and you're just trying to find a good film, and they're like, "Sorry, bro, we got a dealer in your area, so we can't offer our films to you." And that makes it really frustrating. All right, so here we go. This is the big boy. This is a 60 by 25 feet of carbon. So we didn't need to go full 100, but we have enough if we need to redo it. You only need about up to here, so we have a lot of overlap. But good luck getting a 42 or 46 or whatever it is. I don't rightly know. But we are going to cut the quarter windows off the sides. We gotta find a knife. Okay, so this tape here. This painter's tape, it pulls off easily, but watch. Sometimes you see these little air pockets here. In that case, it's just a personal thing. We're gonna chop that sucker off. So they're right up to there. Just to make sure it's nice and clean. Those are also quarter windows now, but they're on the floor, so we didn't think of that till after the fact. I bet this would be a great thumbnail, huh? A little higher. We should have stopped when we were enough. There we go. Is this 5? Yes. Have you ever wanted to wrap a roof in window tint? Because that's what we're going to do today. That's a big boy. Let's go, boys. Let's hope it's not too short. Like the dealer support more than anything? Yeah, that can be really strong. So it's definitely not anything to just like to scoff at. Dealer support is very important. So they need to sure earn that spot for their customers. The other thing about Expel being a publicly traded company, I wonder how that's going to work long term. Because right now, they actually have a lot of room for expansion. So I think what you're going to see is down the road, probably, I would imagine them pulling like some vinyl or something like that. They'll just slowly start taking over other categories. So like the obvious one was like, they started with PPF and window film. They'll probably just, and then what, they do ceramic coatings and stuff too? They'll probably just keep on going. Look at all that film. It looks scarier than it actually is. I know that much. I've shrunk these before. They're not that bad to shrink. It's a lot of film, but the curve isn't too severe. So if you can just get over the fear of it. Oh, we're definitely shrinking sideways. There we go. We're just mocking everything up. We're getting it as close as we can. So I can trim off all this extra, keep it a little bit more organized. Just want to make sure that I'm committed to doing that before I do. What's the hardest one you've had to tint and why? I'm just going to go out and say the Model 3 back window. It's not, but right now, I'd say the most challenging car on stream right now is probably just this back window. I'm not just thinking of it from a tinter perspective either. It's trying to stream this whole thing too. It's like this would be way easier for me just to do on my own, not with this big old headset on, and just make a day of it. But we're streaming the whole thing too, so it's kind of a lot. We're gonna do a lot of up downs today. There we go. Good. Gonna order one of their plotter systems. Who, Expels? You'd be happy with that one. That's their, God, they put a lot of work into their software. Into their patterns, anyways. I think they revamped their whole software. It was a little finicky. With there was always this feature. You had to well, not a feature, but every time you cut out a new pattern, you'd have to click the reset point on your plotter to make sure that it didn't reset the plotter. Or what is it? New origin point. All right. So, big boy. I feel like I need to go here. That looks slightly more split. But yeah, this isn't like... Yeah, so like you can see here, it's like this is a little bit more, but it's really not... It's really not that curved. So it's just a big old piece of film to shrink. But if there's you guys should check out some of the other people shrinking these things. I remember being at the Chicago tint class, And their main tinter, Oscar, he does a ton of these. He made me look like a little bitch. He shrank it so much smoother, so much faster than I did. I just don't have the practice with these. But it's not like a hard shrink, it's just a lot. But man, he can really whip through some of these. And then the channel Best Deal Window Tint. He's got one, shrinks it in 3 minutes. Just makes big old fingers and done. Like 1:30 on each side, like perfectly. It was like, god damn. What am I doing with my life? I saw a guy expel, shrink, and install it in 45 minutes. Didn't make sense. If you got the practice, man, you can make these things look way easier. And then I know Sean's channel, he's put out a few Model 3 videos. I've seen a couple of videos where they use the PVC pipe, but seeing like when to like drop it and stuff, those little things are super helpful to see before you go into one of these. I'm just going like a little typewriter. A lot of the Teslas will go in though for like, they're more like full package people. So that's why, like, I think you'll see them especially at places that do full PPF, ceramic coatings, stuff like that. Because a lot of them, it's like, it's not just tint. It's about the whole vehicle for them. So they'll get everything done. So me being just a tint shop, that'll change some of the types of clients that we get sometimes. Get this cord. If you weren't tinting for a living, what career? Oh, I don't know. I was going to aviation mechanics. I don't know where I would have ended up, honestly. I'm not really happy doing the same thing all the time. So even tinting, like, I need to make it more interesting for myself. So that's where the channel kind of comes in. So I really don't know. I see a lot of potential for other industries, though, that are just kind of like sleeping on some of this. So it's like I kind of wish there was a way for me to, like, you know, I don't know. People trying to do this in other fields, I wish there was a way to kind of make that work. But it's getting hot. I love glass aid for this window. We're definitely going to appreciate it coming up. GoPro. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know. It's hearing something. Uno, dos, tres is it's not a good fix for it. I love this angle. Ah, yes, where we're looking at the diffuser. Woo! This is getting hot. So how much more do we have to go? This is really starting to get to this point where slow. This is carbon. It's getting hot. I just don't want to burn it. So, GoPro. Sweet Jesus! Alright, I'm genuinely worried about like frying this stuff because it's getting hot. This is probably the hardest I pushed it though, but it's even. It's definitely even. It just doesn't shrink as quick towards the edges, like the far outer edges, as switch sides. Yeah, I'm at this point where it's like I don't want to push this or the glass that much more, but we're making it to the edges, so it's taking the heat though. It's hot. It's taking it though. It's nice to see. You can really give it the beans. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you can give it some beans. Look at that. That all laid down. So you can be a little aggressive with it. This is the hardest that I've pushed it though. Sometimes you hit this temperature point where the film will just give up. Which is easier to shrink, the carbon or the Pro Nano? Honestly, the Pro Nano is a little easier. The carbon shrinks smooth. Takes a little bit more heat. But on regular back windows that you see me do, I'll make it look like any other film. But obviously, getting out this far, you can see it's really taken some extra time and effort to get this just to the point. So we just don't want a melted spot into the film at all. So we're right down to the very end. You can fry the edges and make it look easy. Oh, you should see some other guys with this. There we go. There's one side. Then we'll come back and we'll trim it up. See this much of it. Easy, easy. Master shrinker. Let's get somebody to do this with a torch now. Oh, wait, no, I think... Did he? No, he didn't. He used a heat gun. Best deal window tint, though. I bet I'll have this sucker shrunk in a couple minutes. Under a couple minutes with the torch. How much for this one? No, this one's $8.50. High or low? All the way up. So, you're going to... always keep your heat guns all the way up. The way that you keep your temperature is the distance. He used to use the torch? Yeah, he has like a Corvette that he shrunk in, I don't know, like 10 seconds. That was cool to see. Imagine using a hairdryer. I have a video. So I'm definitely taking my sweet ass time and just being careful. That is what'll prolong this whole thing. When you get comfortable, you really start putting the heat down. When you know your film and how far you can push it, you'll be doing this way faster. So I've done lots of windshields with carbon. I know what I can do up to a certain point. I just want to make sure I'm not going to screw myself just all the way out. And it looks like this can definitely take some heat. Oh, we still gotta do these quarter windows, huh? So this is definitely a lot of hole shrinking, but when we pull it, just giving it some heat and like really just lifting it. You're not pulling very hard. So it's not the point. We're just getting it in stages. Awkward. Awkward being on that bench. Mother Russia film shrinks you. Are you gonna drop the interior? No. No, we're gonna leave that. There's enough room. It's not a bad idea though. It's definitely not. There's enough room to get it all, so we'll just leave it. Alright, we got a little ways to go here. Looks like we sectioned this off pretty evenly though, so. As long as we get through this part, then we got just another part that we just can't get through. So I'll have to get some towels. And then throw them in on the inside. We'll get a soak rope in there too. Just make sure all that water gets scooped up. And then cross our fingers real hard for that install. Don't do what? Right in here. I'd say tapers out this way, and you have that little edge. So right up in here seems to be the slowest part. I want to switch to Pro Classic right now. Let's do some Pro Classic. But we don't got it. We only got carbon. Woo. We should have left some more material. Makes it easier up to this point, and then you really start feeling that heat hit. It seems like it would be slightly relaxing while listening to music. It is when you're really confident. When you're nervous, it's stressful. Because it's all the time and material. You don't get that back. So if I burn this, it's game over. But like I said, I just haven't had a chance to push the carbon this far. So it's working pretty well. You're gonna blow heat under it? Oh yeah, I do that a lot. There's nothing wrong with that. I like doing it to try and keep it even, but I do that on my back windows towards the edges a lot, so. Like there. Because it's almost like it blows it up like a balloon, and the heat evenly hits the whole thing. And it can curl and drop it all down together. If you hit it, if it hits it right. No, I've just singed the ends a lot, so. You keep that temperature going, film loses its heat really fast. The glass will stick it, but glass will radiate for a little while, but so we'll back off, let this glass cool, do the quarter windows, cut it, polish up our edges, and then installation will be probably the very last thing that we do. If I wasn't, it's just a personal thing. If I had done a couple of these already and I knew how far I could push this, you see this in here? That's almost game over. We're past the line, but like when you start to see that in your film, if you put too much heat on it too quick, that's what'll burn it, that's what'll crease it. See that? See that little star right there? Maybe third time's the charm. Let me ask again. What was, what was the question? See right there. That little guy right there. Got it. Okay, cool. Cool. We did it. It shrunk. That big boy, it's all shrunk. So I'm gonna let that cool. Ooh, sensitive. What did you use to shrink? Okay, so normally, or a lot of times, I'll use dry shrink prep. I grabbed a dryer sheet for this one. That's what I'm most familiar with. And carbon, especially. Where'd my knife go? I set my knife down somewhere. So I got a knife sitting around here somewhere. My fingers are a little singed. Dryer sheets are toxic? I know. Which one works better? Depends. Depends on your situation. So, there was a few times I ran into it being overly sticky, and I think that has to do with the temperature. Or, like, temperature / humidity. Oh, that's just gonna roll off. Let's put it up there. Temperature and humidity. Or just humidity, maybe. I don't know. It was really dry here, right? So I go to use it, and I screwed up that back window. No joke, like an easy back window. I screwed it up like 3 times in a row. I was really annoyed. But with Pro Classic, it was like I was always using it and I wasn't having any problems. So there's got to be something to do with the film a little bit and the ambient. Because I used it on carbon too. Like I even have a video on the channel. Dry shrink prep versus dryer sheets. And they went nearly identical on that one, so I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I just can't fully explain why. It's just the way it is. So, are we actually... Oh, that's aluminum. That's not going to stick. Yay, a really straightforward window. This has like no curve to it. So I think we're just going to stick it in there. Whew! Is that dark enough? What % does it look like? It looks pretty dark to me in here. Funny that it just got brought up as soon as I get in here. It's like, oh damn, that's way dark. All right. You are correct. Clean interior. Yeah, the white is gonna make this the only thing redeeming quality for the camera here. It looks sick. I love it. The black floors, the white seats. It looks good. The contrast. A little tucked back here. So, get that sucker locked down, then easy peasy. You're gonna work your abdominal area? Yeah. yeah, that's gonna happen. Is it white leather? There's got to be some protectant on the seat, right? And it's, I don't know. Is it like actual leather, or is it like some SpaceX suit material? Because that's something they would do. Sick. All right. Wish every window was like that quarter window. Glad that 60-inch made it. Oh, yeah. It actually made it a day before the regular film came. So, yeah, it made it well. Like, the 2-day was on point. The other stuff made it earlier on Friday. Got delivered Friday. So I had this film on Thursday. So, yeah, me too. We got it all shrunk. Fake leather. I had a feeling, but I wonder how susceptible it is to staining. I know Chicago Auto Pros, Jason, he got a Model 3 for videos, lots of testing with it. I gotta watch some of those. I've seen a few already. They took it through a regular car wash and stuff, and I'm just like, oh, you smart man, you. Let's take a Tesla and run it through a regular car wash. Let's go. Black, ceramic coat parts of it. Do lots of testing. Love it. Ceramic coat the seats? Interesting. Car wash damages clear coat? Oh, for sure. So he got a black one, and he polished the whole thing up. Like, he wheeled it, made it, like, mirror shine, on point, and then he took it through a regular car wash to show this is... He's made so many smart videos out of it. I love it. He picked up the car from the dealer and did an overview of everything, right? So this is like, oh, look, it's got a little damage here. Look at these little scuffs. Look at these little things that we have to paint correct. And then he polished it and then took it through a car wash afterwards. God, that's a lot of work. Just to have it all fucked up. But it's what people don't know. Is your brand new car super clean or perfect paint? Nope, 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 nope. It's got defects. All right, so these little quarter windows here, they're not hard to get to at all. Good amount of space. A little tight to squeegee with these headrests in the way, but we're gonna fold those down for the backlash, I assume. Is that the Dehydra? No, that's the Clear Max, right? That's what it's called? Yes. Clear Crush, sorry. I know what it's called, right? It's called that. All right. We have everything but this backlash done now. Thing. So we're going to drop this in the water for a little bit. We got some warm water, right? Can we top this off a little bit? Can we top this off? Look at that. Oh my god, we're all out of water. Fuck, I gotta go get warm water. I thought I had a little bit. I thought I had a little bit more. Cannon. Cannon. Sorry. I had to wait for some water to heat up. So we're gonna let that sit for a minute. And we're gonna start cutting out this back window, huh? It's about time. Let's go. I was hoping I'd miraculously be done sooner than I thought, because I booked this till like, I pretty much said like, I'm thinking I'm gonna be done anywhere from like 2 to 3, maybe 4. And I'm definitely not wrong. We've taken our sweet time, and I like it. All right, like I said here, we're gonna cut this pretty tight to the edge. Uh-oh, we're losing it. There it is. I didn't qualify for a Tesla? Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't even tried. The Model 3 is winning me over a little bit more. I'm not quite there yet on the Tesla. I appreciate what they're doing. Do you even eat lunch? Oh, not usually, no. But trust me, I find times to eat. Not usually during the day. So the Mustang Mach-E, that one looked pretty interesting, actually. So the lunch was always a punishment for me. Just want to make sure I'm right. Yep. So what I mean by that was I worked in a pretty high production shop. It was like get cars in, get them out, just fast turnover. And if you took lunch, you were then like you were behind. So it was like there's always cars being thrown up on the board. And it's like that's an extra half an hour so you can go home on time or earlier. So I just got used to powering through the day. And then I come to find out people call that intermittent fasting. And I was like, oh, I just thought that was unhealthy. But I'll snack too much at home after the fact, so trust me. And it's not all the time. It's just generally when I work. I just, like, they'll ask me to if I want lunch, and I'll be like, I do, but then I'll slow down even more. Just don't like that. I just bought these. There's already like a huge ding in this one. I don't know why. Probably something in shipping that I didn't see when I bought them. Love window tinting warriors videos. Yeah, he's been knocking them out. It's cool to see. I think he's finally figured out a good. So you're like always trying to figure out what plays well with your audience, like what you guys actually like to see, but trying to put your own spin on it in a way. And his day in the life of a tinter. It's a cool series. I like it. There's a lot of work that definitely goes into those videos. So you gotta have a videographer filming you most of the time. Like you can he's like setting up particular projects, filming them, and then summarizing them. That's really cool to see. A lot of work goes into those. More money is gonna go into those videos than he actually makes out of it, unless he makes that on like the back end. Does that make sense? So like, if customers aren't watching those, then maybe his store will have some sales off of it, or his store will have off of it. So that's cool to see. There's a lot of money that goes into those. So just the ad revenue and stuff is like, costs you money and time. My God, the time. All right. I don't think we need to put that quite out of the way yet, but we did. Can we just leave it? It looks good on the outside. Let's do it. Let's just leave it there. So let's put these down. This is where we're gonna have to grab a soak rope. Probably a new one. So we'll grab a soak rope, we'll grab a towel or two. So move those forward too. All right, Teasley, where are you? There he is. Good morning, car. Fell asleep with the doors closed. It's like, oh shit, what? Huh? It'd be so nice to just leave it. It's just like, hey, look, we're done. Thanks for tuning in. We're all set. Don't mind that. Don't mind that. All right. 2. No. Cannon. Sorry, you don't get to see my disgusting Explorer today. It's a mess. It's like, oh my God. Okay, all right. That was fine. That was fine there. Those have security mode and camera records? Oh, well, that's good to know. See, look at this. This is what they did well. They created so much space for you to just like go like this. So, good job, Tesla. So you can definitely get in there, but you're doing a lot of this. Like sit-ups, man. legwork. And there's probably going to be a little bit of a shower. Little bit. But we'll get there. Holy smokes, that's heavy. It's that 35. So this guy, I cut it short. Might have wanted to go a little bit longer. Cannon. GoPro. So this is my one used one. I know I got another one floating around. There it is. Hey, I love that. Wow, now I see why I got quoted 1K for a Tesla. A lot of work goes into it. I'm glad. That is definitely one of the goals of this. It's like, this isn't just blowing smoke up y'all's asses. This is, no, if you want to put time into this and make it look as good as you can, there can be a serious amount of work that goes into these. So one way people will save some time and film here, let's make sure that's tucked down. So like some people are seaming it right along this top defroster, but that looks like garbage in my opinion, because it doesn't even come to the end. So you just like, screw that. So a Model S, you don't have to get quoted that much, but a Model 3, it's the anomaly, man. I don't know why they did it this way, but they did, so we're making the best of it. But if anything, I hope that you can go through this whole thing and see start to finish what some of the work that can go into your Model 3, just the tint. It's not because we're just trying to rip off a bunch of Tesla people. Although I'm sure there are those places. Every tinner knows this moment. Yeah, buddy. We're gonna give ourselves a little shower too. So we put the soak rope in, so that'll scoop up a lot of that water, and we'll be careful on the sides. But we're gonna clay bar this absolute snot out of this thing. I have seen defroster issues on these too, so I hope we don't run into that. Oh, you know what? This is a different defroster grid. Oh my god, this is different. These are side. They used to do this. This is just going straight across, so this is a different style. They changed the lines. Interesting. I'm surprised they don't just spell out Elon or something on it. Or Techno King. Did you guys hear about that one? He's officially known in Tesla in their SEC filings as the Techno King. Isn't that interesting? What's his, there's another guy in the company that also renamed himself. I forgot what that was. Here, let's do this. Toe shape. He is a meme lord. It's great. Love what he said for, like, Dogecoin. What was the other one? Dogecoin and Bitcoin And how tall are you? Oh, because you can't fit. I'm 5'8", 5'8", 5'9", 5'8". I think 5'8". 5'9"? Am I 5'9"? Oh, CFO is Master of Coins. That's it. Oh, God, that's so great. Dude, and like with the whole GameStop thing, they have to tweet in cryptic memes. So great. Who would have thought? 2021's a fun year. Are you accepting crypto? No. Maybe GameStop shares, though. There's a surprising amount of space back here, though. Yeah, like the guy said in chat, it's a bit of a workout, but the fuck, where is it? There it is. This guy. I remember the CTS-V, the two-door CTS-V. Ooh, that one, in my opinion, is way worse. You have like no room. You gotta try and dive in there. How many have I done? 1. Is that where we find this out? We've done 1 before. It's a bad time. It's a bad time to find that out. All right. So now the real fun. Is extra soap a good idea? I'd say so. Where's my green boy? It's not a good time to lose it. We should have made sure we had it beforehand. It's probably around here, though. Where did we put the big, long squeegee? Oh. I'm so dumb! Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna reverse roll it, but we're gonna start at the top and work our way all the way to the bottom. That doesn't sound like fun to me, but we pop the pillars and Cali roll it. We're doing the same thing just without popping the pillars. So we have a pipe, PVC pipe, that we are going to utilize there, so we know where it is. So when we realized shrinking was the easy part, oh, I know it. Oh, I know it. Oh, wait. No, we want to leave that. We want to leave that there, because that'll keep it. Look at that. Oh, my God. It's a big piece. So then we're going to lay it down. This is where it would also be pretty straightforward, is if you had an oversized glass board to do this on that rather than the car. But come on, you guys don't have oversized glass boards, do you? Not all of you do. So let's live a little. I just realized I'm gonna move this a little closer. So this hose will be a little bit longer over here. Oh yeah, I do. Well, good. Then it's easier for you. But anybody that's looking to do this like mobily, is what it's gonna look like for you. Could be a bit of a meme lord. Oh, Techno King and me and Master of Coin, please be with me today in this install. Did you see? I saw somebody doing a driveway, best deal, Frankensteined it. Yeah, he threw it on a back one, or on a glass board and then did it. It's possible. When tinters are bored, sometimes they come up with some crazy things. So we have a little PVC pipe because I've picked one up without a PVC pipe, and is that for plumbing? That's to drain all the water. Holy shit, man. The water weight, if you just pick this up, is just kind of insane. So having something rigid to wrap the film around is like definitely needed or suggested, unless you're best deal and then he'll just Frankenstein it. I'd be a little worried about a crease or something, but it's awesome. Say a prayer. We gotta do a sprinkler system. I believe Korean tinter has one. He's got one on a remote. I've seen a clip. I've thought of it. I would love to do the same. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Tesla Model 3 installation. We have it rolled around a pipe, PVC pipe, and we're gonna see how this goes. All right. So question, is our PVC pipe too long? It might be. Good luck. It might be too wide, actually. Okay, so what I saw was a couple things. I saw like this, and then they let it fall. But they let it fall in like their arms. So, all right, there we go. And they let it rest in like the backs of their, on like their elbows. Or their, yeah. I wish I could see the film a little bit better, but I think we're doing okay. GoPro. What happened? Did something happen? What do you... Uh-oh. The liner has come in a funky spot. What do we do here? Oh, okay. Sorry. Chat was like freaking me out a little bit. Dang it. So I've managed to do this bad thing where I push the liner. There we go. So I was pushing the film down, but the liner was going with it. I didn't quite get it to where I need. Now I'm in a really fucked up position though. Yeah, I wish I had a second set of hands here for sure. Because I gotta make sure that gets down far enough. That's alright, we're getting that. It's a little messy, but we'll get there. Use your feet. No, we're getting... Take your shoes off? They've been off. So as long as we can work this out, we're okay. Alright. We're getting there. I feel a little choked though. Because I couldn't push on the liner anymore. There we go. So I don't necessarily know what to do about that next time around, but we'll figure it out. It takes practice, man. Definitely takes practice. So most of our cuts will line up pretty perfectly. The parts that are probably going to be a little bit long is going to be this back here. And the sides, just a little bit. See? Tuck it a little further down. Seam it up in there. Lift it up. If you can pop the panels. But why? It's easier if you take your pants off. What do you think about XPEL? Was it a super chat? Is that a super chat? XPEL Prime? I hear good things. I haven't used it though. Well, that was fun, right? So the only thing that really was a pain $1 super chat. Thank you. Here's your buck for the Model 3. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So what I was saying was the biggest issue that I had with that rolling it was I got to this point where I was pressing down on the film. I think I'd shorten up the pipe a little bit more, get farther down, because it started bumping into here. And then I was pressing down on the film to get it into place. But what that was doing was pressing the liner down farther. So then it got to this point that was really awkward. Check the outside before you squeegee. No, everything's all sealed up. So there's nothing to really check for. Wow, we got somebody tossing singles in here again. Yeah, there was a small little lift here that looked like a light gap, but as soon as you pressed it down, everything was covered. Freaked me out for half a second, but I knew everything was covered. It's just didn't know if something may have slid. Right? Because that would be no good. Ooh, baby. It's tricky. Oh my god. That's a big one. What do you guys think? Having fun? This is C2 carbon. Take a break. We'll take a break when it's done. There's no time. We have 5 other cars to tint today. I wanted to... You guys. I wanted to tint it, or I wanted to tint, but not after seeing that. It's definitely has its pain in the asses, but yeah, this is definitely one that we're going to be able to work on a little bit more down the road, I'm sure. So what you'll find is you'll get really familiar with cars that you regularly do, which makes sense. But just because you're really good at tinting some things doesn't mean it's a natural rollover into another ride. So everything's got a learning curve, and you just got to kind of like, you just got to do the best you can and figure out the little touches that you didn't quite realize on your first go and adjust for them. That's like, you can try and ask people and get heads up, but holy shit, some of these are just crazy. Woo! We got some super chats, huh? Let me get these really quick. Hey, boss with the 25 pounds. A little bonus for the hard work doing this stream at the same time for our entertainment. Dude, you're welcome. Thank you so much for the 25. Jorge, wow, dropping singles like it's a strip club again. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think we can afford a bigger trash can now. Yeah, so the small trash cans, they came from my home studio. And then we moved into a bigger spot. And I wanted like nice stainless steel ones. But I didn't want to spend like $400 on stainless steel trash cans. So that's why they're idle. All right, so let's check this out. What does it look like? Did we do okay? Is it go? Did we tint the Model 3? Is it too long? Did we take too long? We definitely took too long. But good job under pressure. Thank you. Yeah, like I had this car in the back of my mind for like most of the week. I know what I'm doing. Doing this type of thing live is definitely a little bit like, you know, I can do Malibus all day. I can do a lot of cars. And we've run into some situations. This is just one of those that's like, do I go live? I gotta go live. I have to make a thing out of this one. So, We ran into a little bit of a tough spot with installation on this. Everything else went really pretty good. Oh, while I got you guys here, we were wondering about the sunroof, all the paneling. That is something I don't know either. The sunroof doesn't have the same type of frit around it that's not covered up by paneling. So tinting that little sunroof is kind of annoying on the inside. So if anybody knows about removing the interior paneling on it, I would greatly appreciate some info. Good God. This looks good. Oh my God, we did it. Boys, we did it. That looks, dude, I'm very happy with that. There isn't any like miscellaneous, like big old clump of dirt. It looks really clean. That makes me happy. But yeah, want to know about the roof. What do you think about adding alcohol to slip solution? It's nothing that I do regularly. I think you'd be fine. There's people that do it. I just don't. Good deal, man. All right, probably got a couple little like side thingies to touch up. I don't think I'd remove the paneling on the inside for this back window again. I don't know. Maybe I... Because it gives you that gap, right? There's a gap in there. So it doesn't really matter all that much. Maybe it just would help with that pole bumping up on the sides. That would probably be a major thing. Sweet. Oh, we have to check out these little side edges quick. We probably have just a little bit of trimming, and then we'll wrap things up. Whew. What the fuck? $5 super chat started without me again? Oh, I'm sorry. Next time we'll wait 4 hours for you to get here. Thank you so much for the 5. Don't forget the door latches. Ooh, yes, we don't want to forget those. Okay, B. Of course it's you. Thanks, buddy. No, I think it's safe to say that we're gonna tit a whole Tesla by the time you get here. This is just the pre-Tesla show. This isn't the actual Tesla show. Just 'cause. All right. We just have a slight little gap we need to take off. So this is shaving an edge. But the only reason we're doing it is we just over a little bit. So I can do that when it's dry. If it's not dry though, I can't do that. We got more super chats coming in? Sorry, I'm concentrating. Wow! Okay, B, what's up? $2 just cuz. Another dollar. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's good to have you here towards the end. K24, 416, the game changes. GME, man. To the moon. I know it. We'll see. We'll see on 416. There's been a few interesting things that came out. Fidelity sold their position. Yikes. But there's still a ton of good reasons to hold. I just saw that and I was like, "Aw, Fidelity, why'd you sell?" Fidelity doesn't want to come down to the moon. Come up to the moon. Come down. Okay. Oh, we're slightly overlapped on this bottom too. Holy shit, we need to take care of that. How far? Wow, we're like learning to use a file. Yeah, that it would be easy. I've seen it, or easier. I've seen it in person. I didn't realize these windows, these just cut off. So that it's here and then it stops. Huh, interesting. Make sure all that's down. Double check the other side. If you DFE and I'm in. Yeah, 100%. Sorry, I didn't get to talk to anybody about the updates and stuff, but I saw some things. So this one, this one we're here. So we're plenty okay on this side. Interesting. Just the other side. So as for like shaving a window, which is what this is called that I'm doing here, it's not so hard if the film is dry. But when the film is wet, that's like, to me, where the real skill comes in. Come on, just a little bit. So we're just cleaning off that little end there. Got it. Cool. So there was a couple of spots we were just over by here. All right, so latches, towels. Whew, what a day. Gotta say, equipment held up pretty well too, huh? We still got a microphone. I thought that was gonna die halfway through. Monday I'll have 20. That's awesome. Am I slightly over the top? Don't tell me no, we're good. No, we're not. We're slightly over. All right. We're running into teeny tiny little things, so we gotta make sure it touched up. $25 mil a share, new floor. I hope so. So I'm not trying to like put a ton into shaving. There's just little. There we go. Just not as good at this as what I wish I was. But up here towards the top is where you really want to make sure everything is good. Well, everywhere you want it, but if you can feel it, then you can do it. Good deal. I need to have Korea Tinter teach me. Oh, that was the trunk. Or the hood. Can we just... There we go. All right, so how do these work? Well, that was easy. I forgot. I wanted to do that right at the bottom before I did that. It's always nice to ensure that's nothing's gonna happen. That. Oh, baby. That looks like a Tesla to me. You dark, dark Tesla. Has we been streaming long enough? I think at this point I'm pretty pooped out of stream. Holy smoke. Long one today. But look at that. God damn. Oh, that's nice. That's nice to have it all done. Look at that. Ooh, that looks sick. We'll have some good pictures. So we did 5 and 35 on the windshield. So 5 on the sides, 5 on the back, and then 35 on the full windshield. What a project today, guys. Holy shit. Wow. $330, 5 hours. 5 hours today. What a stream. How long did your first Tesla take you? We would have been down like an hour without the windshield, and then we know what to do for next time, for sure. There's things that I knew going into it, thankfully, but... Ooh, that looks good. I love the white and black on this. Little red accents on the wheels with a Tesla. Like they do like the red Brembos, they do red Teslas. Ooh. So we went through some pain and struggle on just spending extra time, and then that back window, but well worth it. Looks really good. Here. Ta-da! Peace. Right about there. Alrighty. Whew. Well, thank you guys for hanging out. We have a little problem with the super chats. Oh, wait, no, they do show up. Okay, so YouTube's had a problem these last couple times where it doesn't show me the super chats, but it might have been, looks like they, oh, they fixed half of it, not the whole thing. Dang. All right, well, thank you to all the super chats. I can't see all the early ones, but I know we have like Gator throwing singles here. And I'm trying to remember a couple of the early ones. I'm really sorry. But I go as far back as T-Jet because it's been so long. So big shout out to all the super chats. T-Jet, Nick. Oh, Nick, that was a $2 super chat. I didn't realize that was a super chat. Thank you. David, T-Jet, this guy, Jorge, Boss, LKB, and LKB. Jorge with a bunch of them, too. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. I'm a little wiped out. It's been a long day. But fun. I'm glad we just got to take our time with one of these things and just really put some good detail work into it. So pretty sure he'll be happy. We'll find out soon enough. It's probably got the longest video on the channel now. Alrighty, guys. Well, I'm going to sign off here. Normally we would have a stream on Monday. I'm going to Chicago for a few days. I will be back actually next Saturday. So I'll be gone Monday through Friday. So sorry. We're going to have a little time in Chicago. And we got some other stuff to get done there. So making a little trip out of it. So I will see you guys next Saturday for sure. I'm really sorry we don't have something in between. Maybe I'll post a video. I don't know. But thank you guys so much for tuning in for this one. Greatly appreciate also the support. I'll be hanging out in the Facebook group too. So you guys always know where to catch me there. And I will see you guys next week. Whoa! Wait! We got one more showing up. Goddamn. Wild card with a 25. Now go have a Coke and a smile. Thanks, buddy. I really appreciate that. Whew, what a job. Dude, thank you. That's a massive one. Enjoy your trip. Aw, thank you guys. Hope you guys learned something too. It's not always sunshine and rainbows. But we get through it. Thank you. I will see you. Bye-bye.